how many mods there are where it's just like jacked start. Like just start with enough for like a tier 2 ship. There's got to be like mods for that, right? That's just like you start with I don't know, $1 million. The Nepo baby. You take a swig of beer and press go. You just sit down and do it. Yeah, true. Divine undefined. Like, if you know what you're doing, just hit up freighters and get a mill. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Like, if you know what to scavenge for, I do feel like you could acquire wealth a lot faster in this game than some other games I've played. That is true. I will also note, I am recording all of the gameplay for this, similar to how I would for, you know, any Dwarf Fortress stream, so I am quietly building up kind of a lot of footage. I might make a video. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe. Yeah, just like nuke the mortgage and start off with enough money to buy a ship that's 1 tier higher than your starting ship. That mod has to exist. That's an interesting, like, direction for the TISM to go, Brucey. I don't really, like, I've talked about this before. I failed an autism test. Like, decidedly not. Did not pass. Because my ex went and took it because her dad took it, and her dad passed, and my ex kind of passed. Like, indecisive kind of levels, whereas I did not pass. I remember mechanics. And I learned systems. And I remember lore. Don't remember names. Don't remember prices. Couldn't fucking tell you. At least not in this game so far. Passing is having it. Not passing is not having it. All right. So. Full disclosure. This is day 3. Because everybody's saying that my save is going to break at the end of, or at next week. This is probably, I need to grab these batteries. How charged are they? I may actually just let my character sleep for a day and let those charge. Could I, what time of day is it? It's 20 hours. We made quite a bit of money hauling some fuel tanks yesterday. And doing a few gigs that paid decently well. My dude needs to sleep. So, and I need to charge those batteries. So I'm going to set all of this to just sleep and see if we'll just go sleep. I'm actually kind of curious. I'm assuming auto task. And follow. Let's see what you go do. I'm actually kind of curious as to what he's going to go do. I don't know what you were telling. Oh, like on the job screen? Clicking them's fine. But sure, good to know. I almost never use hold and drag on things because I'm not the most accurate mouse mover. Okay, so I assume I should just skip time. Because it's not going to speed up time. So let's just go. That UI is funky to click on. And oh, I'm literally just doing this to sleep. Because I was curious if he would just go sleep. You keep getting your ship ripped to shreds by meteors, at least when you used to play. That has not happened to me, so... asking chat might get you more accurate, like, responses as to what the game was like a year ago versus now, because this is my first time really playing this game. And I know there's been a few patches in the last year, just because I've seen them release. Have I had a cabin fire yet? Nope. No, I have not, YouTube chat. I will also note, if you're chatting in the YouTube chat, you will get significantly quicker responses if you're on the Twitch chat. Purely because I need to pay stuff. Purely because why is there a crowbar up there? Purely because we've had a much smaller crew of people watching the last few days on YouTube, just because this is like, you know, not the normal game that I'm known for. So oh, that's just gonna go to the ship, isn't it? I'll just buy it anyway, it's fine. Let's grab 2 of them. If you want faster responses, typing in the Twitch chat will get you that. Otherwise, I will look when I get the opportunity and remember. I prefer to ricotta super speed specifically, or do the Gouda super speed, you know? Okay, so this is what I need to mess with. We are desperate for intimacy, so I need to go yap at some NPCs. I'm gonna go babble with this person. This is what I need to prove by being kind to others, or by being kind to others or having other be unkind to you. Feeling adequate, neglected. You wish someone would talk to you. Wait for NPC reply. Where'd you go? You make allowances for certain superstitions. I also need to... Let me know if I'm blocking stuff, by the way, in the UI. I've moved around a couple times, but I don't want to block things. Yeah, you gotta flirt. I know. Tells me to back off. She needs some space. Yes, sir. Wondering if that will... Calm down. Now I consider this Riley person an acquaintance. Waiting for NPC reply. Definitely just bugging somebody while they're trying to work. And he changes the subject. Just trying to see if I can make any of these bars move. Well, some of them are moving. Shared homeworld. We'll talk about. Trying to bond over having a shared homeworld. She softens her stance a bit. Ask about skills. There we go. Now we're acquaintances. Now we can talk. You need to become the crazed dual sock and puppet guy in the corner and tons of people will talk to you. What blows my mind about this game is that there's just a thing that, let's reminisce. That is just like, have skills in dancing. What the fuck is skills in dancing used for? Start telling old war stories. Reminded a strange, compelling story, and she tells you it at length. It always fascinates me when tabletop games or stuff like this is like, we can't be. We need Craven, feels Craven, humorless, can't be apathetic, humorless. Just gonna burst out laughing. Comments to you about the recent humidity and temperature on board. Mitt worries. This is kind of fascinating, actually. When you say if you have 1.87 mil in a Mesa MK1, it's not your favorite ship, but still really good. I mean, you're better than my tiny bucket of rust. She reassures me with logic after I talk about my insecurities. That you take a deep breath and nod. Offer to hire as crew, chit-chat, leave. It's interesting how quickly some of these move sometimes. Wanting a more joke about wanting a more active love life. That's not what I was expecting Lament love life to do. It's sort of like, you know, when you're playing like Mass Effect or something and you're like, pick the Paragon option and it seems like very evil. Like immediately you're like, wait, what? Excuse me. Nods and listens intently. Uh-huh. So want me to just keep saying the same thing? The space porta potty with RCS. I mean, yes. Asks me a okay, so I lament my love life, followed by Riley asks you a metaphysics question nobody here is qualified to answer. Back away slowly. Probably just burst out laughing. This looks cool as fuck. This is literally just me fucking around in the conversation screen. I'm trying to like improve my mood slightly. Opening arms. With arms wide open. Trying to fix, like, a lot of these, basically. She reiterates urgency. Does that mean you're trying to get to work? I know that you're staring at the licensee's station. Takes a deep breath and nods. Well, that's okay. Could be better. Ask about skills. Those are all negotiations. In order to do awkward chit chat, you need to be a human or a drone. Can't be unconscious, dead, stunned, or recovering. That's funny. Which one's privacy? Honestly, when you have all your gear on, you kind of look like Morgan Freeman in this game. You do kind of look like that. Skilled in 0G movement operations. I continue lamenting my love life. I wonder how long it's been since you've touched anyone, really? You've been going to bed alone and waking up wanting. If nothing changes, this can only get worse, right? Oh boy. She responds with logic. Yeah. I mean, you did ask me a metaphysics question. Ask if they're single. There we go. This might... Yay! Bars are going down. That's good. Tells you she doesn't consider anyone a crush at the moment. Well, as long as you're not talking about the trash compactor, that's not too bad. You can also do stuff on your PDA to take care of your needs. Is this like talking to the AI waifu? I don't know where we've walked off. I didn't see them moving. It's interesting how these bars will sometimes go down and then immediately drive themselves back up. Rant about love life. Hold up. I need to pause. There we go. Basically, doom scrolling and riding home. Huh. I know this game apparently has, like, an in-game social media, but... The dialogue options are pretty blunt. I will say that. I'm gonna tell a riveting tale. This is giving me, at the very least, contact, which is not terrible. Now we are friend. Flash chant content. I mean, what else would this be? Comments about the it's just really shoot the breeze, admit worries, chuckle politely. Shoot the breeze. Some intimacy, privacy. Let's just keep that going. Although I keep making my altruism go up. The good news is all these are dropping. So at least some of these are... Can fight about love life. Let's do that. See what this pile drives up. Family, meaning, security, altruism, control, respect. Still friends. Altruism is a pain to improve. I mean, I went from greedy to selfish. Ask for a hug. Let's ask for a hug. Failed. But the good news is this has tanked, so that's good. Like, these 4 used to all be maxed out. Now it's just intimacy, which is maxed out, which is... Shoot the breeze. Better than nothing. Then I can go run a mission, which is what I'm going to do. Keeps on asking me metaphysics questions, which I'm just going to do that one more time. Warm superstition does what? It's not great. I'm going to ask about home. Because we have the same home world. You can just type that in without it being censored. It's fine. Alien Dev, what's up? You wrote on YouTube live chat. Yeah, I mean, I am seeing YouTube live chats, but I read them about a third of the amount because there's way less going on in the YouTube chat. Logdos saw you playing. Figured you would check in. I mean, I already have a wiki open on my second monitor and like hundreds of people. So I'm not going to ever ask you anything specifically because this is the first time you've ever spoken my chat. But hi, I'm glad to know that there are other people that can be added to the crowd of people that will tell me too much about this game. I honestly just want conversation in my chat. If that happens to be about this game, sure. I'm more the kind of fumble thumbs my way through things and will ask questions if I'm frustrated and will ignore most of the unsolicited answers. Where am I going here? Change the subject. That's just autonomy. I'm just going to do awkward chit chat and then probably say goodbye. Why does the game keep pausing? Change the subject. Badmouth your enemies. I'm going to do a playful threat because that one's just hilarious to me. Envy their imagined love life. Oh, geez. Jesus, hold on. I got to pause while I'm doing this. Ask if they're single. That's a new one. Who needs a fancy spacesuit? People who like not having to run back to an oxygen chamber constantly. I like that just like tickle is considered a combat option. There's something really funny about that to me. It's just like how you can pet people in Dwarf Fortress mid-combat. Who else do we have around? Any other names I recognize? Well, the good news is a lot of my moods are better now, which is what I wanted. Food is a bit better now. What's in the inventory of this? And then I need to go check those batteries and see if they're full. I don't know what that means, Brucey. What are you asking? There's a second page of bars for the character. That's what I found yesterday. Toggle stats. I'd like, this is your mental stats, basically. So like there's your physical needs, which is the default. And then there's your mental needs. Like Although that's very accurate to real life. Let's be real for a second here. It's just people's like, wait, you have to like deal with mental health? What? That seems pretty accurate to reality if you ask me. You would have let those lapse just like real life. Just living in constant denial. Maybe you can tickle NPCs to death. It's probably a combat thing because if you tickle the wrong person, you get punched, right, Chris? Oh, it says tackle. Okay, well that would be. That's a little bit less funny, but. Can you do drugs to fix mental issues? I feel like that would probably fix, like, temporarily nerf some mental issues and then cause other issues, right? Like that would be the order of operations for that. But all right, let's go use the kiosk and see what gigs are available. Loudspeaker crackles. Handsome Harold, please report to the Port Authority. Why do I need to report to the Port Authority? Actually, hold on. Can I bring anything to... Port Authority is in commercial, right? Then I'm going to go to the Old Emporium, not commercial. Pick up that mission and deliver whatever the thing is to commercial, and then go to the Port Authority. Good to know. So YouTube chat says that awkward chit chat is essentially like show more options for things that you aren't specifically skilled in, which makes sense. I didn't even look at what I was delivering. Okay, time to go to commercial. That is in fact what it is. Eric? Largely I have no fucking idea what I'm doing, but I get it. I understand the appeal of this game. I quite like it. It's quite a bit of fun. I mean, time flew by like crazy yesterday, but it took a couple days for time to fly by. You know, I had to put in 10 hours before I had a day where I was like, wow, time just disappeared. Oopsies, not an access locker. There's a lot of things in this game that are very clunky, but yeah, I'm enjoying it. All right. Oh, that's neat. I didn't realize you could do that. Ask about being summoned. All right. What did I do wrong? Is this about the oxygen tanks I stole from that random ship? Now considers Alicia McGee a contact. Hands over what looks like a tracking device, nonchalantly instructs you to plant it on Alengencia McGee without her notice. Huh. Well, let's go talk to you now. Offer to trade. Subtly plant device. Let's go start a conversation. There should be a pizza delivery mission in this game. Just in general, Divine. And also just more music. It's Battle about Homeworld. Especially because I need more of these chit-chats. Orem superstition, altruism security. Don't want to hire you as crew. Convinced to follow. What does awkward chit chat actually say? It keeps control of the conversation. Hides a subgroup of additional moves. Got it. I'm just going to keep doing the things that are improving some of my moods. I need somebody to be mean to me to fix this, which I think is really funny. Reiterates the urgency of the situation after I babble about my love life. That's funny. Everybody always complains about the recent humidity on the station. Where's, like, it's getting hot in here when you need it? So I guess, like, the Port Authority are the people that you talk with, and if you help them enough, eventually they will give you some... You can earn citizenship from them, Brucey? Is that kind of what you're suggesting? Isn't interested. Well, that's unfortunate. Just walk in, immediately starts hitting on the bartender. Nod. Subtly plant device. But you wonder what this may mean. Envy their imagined love life. I feel like quiet envy. You're freely intimate in your relations. Interesting. Ask if they're single. Uh-oh, red text. Like everyone else has a special someone, but not you. I feel attacked. You're getting desperate for the faintest touch of warm skin. Maybe going with lustful wasn't the best idea. I am now considered an acquaintance, though. So you're saying there's a chance, Valiant Dev. I'm gonna buy a drink. Although, actually, hold up. What's the other offer to trade to option do? I will say, I've seen this sell for quite a bit more in other places. Bottles of vodka. Also, food here is a bit cheaper, but it's shittier. The funny thing is, if I buy this here, it's going to appear in my ship. They rip you off? No, it makes sense. Well, this is all Trencher's food. The stuff upstairs, I keep saying upstairs, but the port, like, has better quality food than Trencher's. Like, the game states specifically that it's better than Trencher's. Just mildly curious if you'd actually buy anything from me. Don't send items to the barter zone. Am I hungry even? No. Oh, I'm just gonna buy a bottle of this vodka. Just to have it around. Because I have seen it way cheaper. Where's the leave button? Yeah, I only just saw it, Nickpa. Like as you wrote that, probably. Well, obviously, Eric. I was just curious. I know this game has had enough random surprises in it at this point. Let's see if there's anything I can take from here to somewhere else before I head back to the ship. Great minds and all. Oh, yeah. No, don't access locker. Just check jobs. Sensitive item delivery. Okay, but like, how far? RD is seeking a secure and prompt delivery of an advanced AI supercomputer with significant power requirements and thermal output. The computer houses a live deep learning algorithm that predicts and manages system-wide air traffic. Sounds expensive. Against incoming debris and micrometeorites. Remove the computer from the pickup locker and install it into the ship with a live power source. Oh. Before the internal battery runs out. After reaching the location of drop-off locker, uninstall the computer and deliver it before it loses remaining power. Warning, the above device has power needs that can only be met by an enormous battery bank or live internal confinement fusions reactors. So I would run out of power immediately is what that means. Also, 38,000 to take it? That's crazy. I guess that's like insurance, right? Also, it's nav 0. It's a damn shame that, like, I couldn't just, like, take public transit for that one. Figure out what the fuck I'm doing and not get told what to do, Valiant. If my goal right now is exploring mechanics because I haven't messed with enough mechanics to be able to say, this is my goal. I think I play games differently than you do, is my actual response. Like, the first day I did a bunch of just fucking around, basically. The second day I did a combination of running jobs and salvaging. And today I'm going to continue that. So if your question is, what is your goal? What are you trying to achieve? I don't know. I don't know what endgame looks like. I've never seen it. So I can't plan for something I've never done, you know? It'll get me there, but it won't get me there with the computer intact. Will it? Because it says it needs power. Because, like, I could absolutely just take the shuttle out to nav 0, but, like, it has to be powered. Like, it states in here that it needs, like, can only be met by an enormous battery bank or live internal confinement fission. Unless, like, the game is bugged or something and doesn't process time passing while you're in public transit. I'm not going to make it. It would drain my ship, that's for sure. If it didn't need to be powered on, fuck yeah, I could do it. I could just, like, start a burn and then power down. But, like, you know. Like, even these, like, I don't know. Here's another sensitive item delivery. Same place. Different person. Honeypot. Seeking a skilled operator in romantic entrapment who can compromise Shan Romero as part of a plan to create a smear campaign in an upcoming election. I feel like that's not enough money. I mean, I am lustful. That could be fun, especially considering I've been fucking around with, like, the, like, conversation mechanics. Honeypots may be bugged. Oh, I'm sure. As in, like, that would get me in trouble? I'm just looking for different things, really. And I'm seeing something different, so I'm looking at it. Love is its own reward? I mean. Oh, when you say bugged, you don't mean like bugged as in like they might have a wire on them. You mean bugged as in like might not actually work. For free docking fees? You mean extra docking fees? I don't know if I want extra docking fees. Maybe free waiving of docking fees. But if they're working now, bonus. I mean, I'm going to try it because, like, I don't know, what's the worst that could happen? I failed the mission. Cost me some money. Also because it's nice and close, so. Although, can I just point out something that's fucked up about this gig? I have 6 hours. It's like, go to somebody, make them fall in love with you, get them in trouble, fly back and report it. You have 6 hours. There's something really funny about that. Like, truly hysterical to me. Sure, yes. You have an hour and a half, basically. Well, let's go make friends, shall we? Wait, hold up. Actually, I'm gonna double check this real quick. I think I refilled all my power, but... All right, now we can go. I already did. Got this one, which is at 98%, and this one, which is at 98%. I also have this angle grinder, which I picked up on the last ship, which I forgot was in my inventory. Can use that if intimacy fails. All right, so let's just undock. Request undocking. So we've had people saying that this game looks super cool already, and I haven't left port yet. You're actually gonna start seeing the game now. Let's just back up a little bit more. I don't know why I like instinctively click this thinking that it's going to change, but I do. All right, I'm just going to match speed with this so we can figure out where we're going. So 423 kilometers on the Hermes. Let's turn derelicts off initially. Connected with Gregory Cox of the Hermit. Nope. That's not what I needed. Hail ship. Derelicts on. $422 maybe? So that's somewhere I've been before, which is, I think, just an That's not what I wanted to do. Hail ship. Go back one. Can I knock? Oh, I see. That's just... $423 maybe? probably not that. I haven't gone that far. And also, that's why I'm ignoring literally everything you're going to say for the next ever, probably. Valian. If you're going to talk and offer help and tips, offer help and tips. If you're going to be extremely vague, I'm just not even going to read what you're saying. Because there's no reason to. I was gonna say, it's gotta be this one, isn't it? Yeah, it's gotta be that one. Yeah, you're probably right, Brucey. Or fly towards it and see if I'm actually, you know, even going in the right direction first. No, literally all that you've done so far is be vague and talk around stuff and offer unsolicited help and advice. So you bring up something that's unsolicited, be vague about it, and then stop talking. That's how you get ignored in chat by me. Also, the first thing you did when you popped into chat was offer help. And like, if I had a bingo card for the way people in Twitch chats talk, I can figure out whether or not you're going to annoy me very quickly. And that is an archetype that I'm very used to encountering, especially when playing complicated games. I don't mean anything by it, it's just the way it is. You can also fly in a direction and check the gig app to see if the distances went up or down. Yeah, I usually pick something that seems likely, fly towards it a bit, and then check the app. That's usually what I do. But I also am not going to go super quick. Yeah, we're getting closer. That's probably it. So let's just kick that up. Increase speed a little bit. But not enough that I'm going to pass out. I've definitely put, like, my satchel's the wrong term. Like, tote bag in a crate, if that's what you mean. Like, I guess what I'm trying to say, Valiant Dev, is I'm cool with backseating. I'm cool with talking about game. But there are ways that some people talk about games that isn't particularly helpful and isn't I'm just trying to get to 1,000 meters a second. Isn't particularly helpful and isn't particularly, you know, fun to talk about. And that's fine. Like, you can absolutely do that here. I'm just not going to respond too much. Just a heads up. That's all. 366. Hail ship. Ship status. I'm less confident now suddenly that that's it. Why? Is it giving me a collision warning? Dude, I could fucking go for a cinnamon roll. Maybe I'll make cinnamon rolls. I've been considering making cinnamon rolls for a little bit. I could just fly past this, right? I'm not gonna die. Cutting it a little close. Turn a little bit. Hopefully I'm detecting it in the right spot. There we go. Let's turn a little bit. .300 kilometers. Let's just pause for a second. Hmm. 273. I'm going in the right direction, regardless. $251. Should probably turn the alarms on, actually, just in case. Maybe that's why those alarms are so overzealous, is so that on the off chance that you're just flying with, like... with the light off. Oopsies, that's not. Don't hit the wrong buttons. Just pausing the game because we're in an ad break. I'm just going to hold out and wait for a second. Furious Salaryman is such a cool call sign. If you want to see good call signs, play Tokyo Extreme Racer, Red Dakai, because like I got it was Saturday night. It was like Saturday night degenerate housewife was the call sign that I had in that game, because whenever you beat somebody in that game, you can take one of the words from their call sign, and they all have like 4-word ridiculous Japanese to English translated call signs, which are very funny and can be added to make really hysterical combinations. We're in an ad break at the minute, so now is probably not a bad time to mention that this is a crowdfunded channel. I make a living primarily because people, oh, holy shit, keep the channel funded by gifting subs, cheering bits, subscribing, and using primes, as well as on the YouTube side, memberships and super chats. If you want to help keep this channel funded and free of Raid Shadow Legends nonsense, the best way to do that is by subscribing to twitch.tv/BLINDRL. So thank you very much to those of you who do. And thank you very much for the 5-pack, Valiant. It's nice of you. Appreciate it. You have a good night, too. I hope you get some sleep. Sorry for the directness, but sometimes I feel the need to be direct. How close are we? 217. So it's not that I have highlighted. It's not special circumstances or kinetic pauper. I think it's this one. But it is refusing to respond. Oh, Hermes. Ready to proceed. Hold up. Yep, that's the right ship. Okay, show on nav map. Okay, so let's stop spinning and then burn. I could actually just match target, which will slow me down, but it'll also move me into the right direction. Unmatch target, and then just burn. Be there in 4 minutes. Also, chat, thank you very much for tuning in for the variety stuff. I don't do this very often because it's always a bit of a struggle after a couple days. So thank you very much to those of you who are watching and hanging out, vibing, and helping keep the channel funded with the $20 in bits. Cheers, man. So far today, we had a resub, a prime, and a resub for a multi-month gifted sub. So thank you very much for helping bump them numbers up. Let's zoom out until I see where we're headed. Darius, thanks for the 5-pack. You're one of the real ones, man. I'm spinning. And Eric, thanks for the $1. That's now a hype train. Appreciate you, chat. I mean, you can share a duck. I don't necessarily want shortcuts. I'm sure I'll figure stuff out if the game is well made. Start slowing down a little bit. I mean, I'm figuring out my own methods. Like, I've had people tell me how to do things when it comes to finding people and ships and finding specific ships, and then just figuring out like a way that seems to work just fine. This doesn't seem like there's a right and wrong answer kind of game. Maybe I'm incorrect. There we go. Special circumstances. Right there. You're right here. This really seems like one of those games where there's almost no wrong answer in a lot of mechanics. I do actually quite like that. But Nomal, thanks for the $1. Eric, thanks for the $1. And Darius, thanks for the 5-pack. Let's just double time real quick for a few seconds. And then just match speed.
Nomald 999 cheered. X 1000. More monies.
Hail ship. Back ship status. They're very unresponsive. It's got to just be, you know, a Hulk. Or like a abandoned ship, I guess. Let's just burn towards it. So we're still 30 kilometers away. Let's burn a little quicker, very briefly. Turn that down. We're going to overshoot, but when I get to about here, I'll just match speed. And Nomald, thanks for the $10. Appreciate you greatly. Cheers, man. Seriously. I kind of wish that this game had intense, getting close to subject music, but maybe that would give away too much detail. It's going to take a minute. Don't want to pass out. Wouldn't be the first time. I'm actually overshooting, but that's okay. This is what happens when you try to go too fast. Also, congrats on the $50, not the 5,000 bit badge, the 5,000 bit badge, the $50 bit badge. Appreciate you, man. This game seems like one of those games that would like benefit greatly from like 40 minutes of trance music that can be layered in different scales depending on what's happening. Well, passing out for sleep, good. Passing out because you're in too many G-forces in your spaceship for too long, probably bad. Okay, let's just burn until it says minute 30. There we go. Burn a little more, because let's just go up to 250 meters a second. 200's fine. Leave it there. Buy a jukebox. I do need to do that. I've had people... someone in chat said that they have a jukebox in this game just so that they know that the game isn't muted. Which I think is real funny. How much battery does it take, though? Or does it have its own unique batteries? That's like, is it worth powering? You know you're playing a game that's too simmy when you're ripping lights out of your ship and asking how much power a stereo uses. I'll just double speed this for a moment. Yeah, I get it. I get it. All right, we're 4 kilometers. Let's move a little closer. But thank you very much for the hype train. It needs 5 more subscriptions or $25 in bits to level up. Thank you much, chat. Three, 2, dunk. Match. Hail ship. Doop. Docking. Is this the right one? Hermes ready to respond. Yes. Primary dock. Except I need to pop over here, shut you off. Then coming in for docking. Thank you very much for the hype train, chat. As it times out in 20 seconds. Appreciate you guys. Thank you very much for helping keep the channel funded. I don't know if it's too simmy. I kind of, the more I play of this Spork of Death, the more I'm putting this game in the same bucket as like a My Summer Car. Obviously with a very different, like, directional perspective. It's not first person, for one thing. Where, like, you know, one of the first things that game does is it swarms you with mosquitoes and giving you buzzing sounds in your ear, so you go buy bug spray. You know, it's like, it's that kind of thing. Where, like, it's a survival game, but there's mechanics that exist just to be annoying. And this game kind of does a little bit of that. Warning, you may be committing crime. I don't have a license to salvage, so... Now the question is, this doesn't have oxygen in it. I am going to take this opportunity right here, real quick, to go use the washroom, because I've been live for 2 hours and 15 minutes, and I need to go pee. I drank a whole mug of coffee, so I'm actually gonna go probably grab a can of fizzy beverage and sip that. No, Mom, thank you very much for the additional $1. Appreciate you. I will be back momentarily. Ah, there we go. I return with limoncello spritz. It's one of the hype train emotes, right? No mold? My helmet's in my bag, right? So this is interesting. I get to go seduce somebody in a spacesuit. While in a spacesuit. So this is the person I need to honeypot. Walk up to them. The first option I have is ask if there's rant about love life. Ask if they're single. I'm just gonna go start a conversation. Oh, but first I have to fucking pry the door open. There's something about this. It's like, excuse me, ma'am, I need to just pry this door open. Or maybe repair it. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna go shut my other battery off real quick. Hi, how's your social life? There's nothing weird about this at all. I actually also don't even have the option to do that. I don't have a motor to repair this thing. Excuse me, can you let me in? I guess all I can do is shows up, literally uninstalls the door. They might board my ship. Eh. I'm assuming that they're locked in. I'm also going to effectively vent them out of an airlock, aren't I? Oh, no, never mind. They do actually have this door. Just exclamation point. I would say the same thing. Begin romantic entrapment. Give $250. Okay, hold up. Hold on. I need to think about this for a second. It just states begin romantic entrapment. Like, so this is this interaction. I show up, ask permission to dock. Dock on this derelict that she's repairing because I'm supposed to put her in romantic entrapment. Walk inside, have to uninstall the door because it's busted, and she asks me for $250, which, for clarity, isn't enough to buy lunch in port. Also, I'm going to hold on. I'm just going to reinstall this door because I can actually fix it now, I think. Pick up. There we go. How come? There's okay, fine. How come I can't put the door back? Oh, do I have to rotate it? No. What? Huh? Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna drop this door. This was clearly a mistake. All right. This is releasing on the 3rd of October, which I don't think is tomorrow. I'm just gonna begin romantic entrapment. It's time to make some leaps in logic. Mentions a headline that she recently read. Okay. Reiterate urgency. I'm very hot. Probably unrelated. Let's see, what else can I do here? She has no sense of self-worth. Well, that's incredible. And nasal allergies. Tomorrow in a week, yes. I need to start a relationship. I mean, that's what this would be. But it's not. So when somebody loses respect, that's self-respect, I think. By presenting her with a piece of cheese? Okay, noted. I will try. I do have a bottle of vodka in my ship. Yeah, I have no idea. I'm just gonna reiterate urgency. But that's probably in relation to the article that she read. Takes a deep breath and nods. Attempt to attract sensitive info. I'm gonna go for this. Which is... be vulnerable. I was vulnerable and she reiterates the urgency. I like how just nodding is just like positive for everything pretty much. Or all the stats go up. Target must consider the target to be a crush for this to work. We are now an acquaintance, so I guess that wouldn't work otherwise. They move to talking about the weather very quickly. Always, which is the humidity on board. I will just agree. Also, if somebody has an eye infection, probably not good to have infinite relations. Same with a nasal allergy. Just like hacking up a frickin' lung. Them self-worth. Privacy down. Make a small talk while they subtly reflecting their mannerisms and speech patterns and gestures. She reiterates a headline that she recently read. Just gonna be like, yep. What weather? I feel like that's this game's equivalent. Spark of Death, is when they talk about the humidity levels on the station recently. Like, that is kind of like the equivalent of talking about the weather, right? Like, yeah, like that to me is just the family nostalgia. She's nostalgic for her family. Just gonna keep doing this. She's aloof. I am feeling adequate. Back away slowly is one of the funniest things to me. Not good for this situation, but intimacy. Loved. Well, that's good. Open arms. You want to know what's funny? I went to a metal festival this past weekend, a couple weekends ago, Gate Elemental, and it was middle of the summer in a giant open field in the one of two buildings. Which I think is kind of funny based on what you just said. But I don't know. I love being near grass. The sun in face kind of annoying though. Now considers an acquaintance. Kind of wish that I had the ability to ask them if they're single. I feel like we're not there yet. Because they just see us as an acquaintance. So I'm just going to keep demonstrating vulnerability. Oh, there we go. They see us as a crush. We see them as acquaintance. Demonstrate vulnerability one more time and then attempt to extract information. Still crush. Shoot the breeze. Contact intimacy. Yeah, let's do that. I'm crushing them with the weight of my gravity from the sudden appearance. Okay. Shooting the breeze was not good. Awkward chit-chat. Don't want to give up. Look busy. I'm looking at what these stats do primarily. Lightly touch. Metaphysical quandary. So, scan the room. Leave. Lightly touch. Let's go for that. It's a blind date. Yeah, you guys get to watch me go on a date in a spaceship in the middle of fuck nowhere. Sounds realistic. They must see you as a crush for this to work. Now I guess I could go in this direction. Shan shares valuable information with you under the assumption that a lover would never betray them. I like how a mildly funny comment just demolishes intimacy. That's really funny. Could move back out of awkward chat. Let's see what the only option here is. The good news is me being mean to her is actually will lower my altruism. So that's good. This is hotter than 50 Shades. I mean, hold up. What's my actual body temp? My body temp's like, I would assume that's outside of uncomfortable. I like how both of these options are just negative. I don't think Playful Threat has ever turned out well. You can't be... How is it treating me? Pretty good. Individuate. I'm trying to be a honeypot. It's so far, But I need to figure out how the speech system works anyway. So, isn't interested. Yeah, I've never had that one work out well. You are no longer freely initiate your relations. Interesting. Sure, I can give up. Is that a crewmate? No, this is a honeypot mission. But we're making progress here. I'm in an ad break, so I will wait for the ads to end. The options now at this point is I can rant about love life. Or I could just ask if they're single. Which is kind of the goal that I need, I think. This is also, like, helping my altruism a little bit, which is funny. It's like when a cat flops on their tummy and is purring. Oh, I know what a playful threat is. You know, it's like trying to be humorous. I probably could recruit her, but then I would lose the mission and lose out on, what, 30,000 monies? I guess I could honeypot her and recruit her, but that's kind of fucked up. But won't she just, like, eventually walk out of the airlock? Because I feel like that's probably what would happen. Yeah, no, that's what I was saying earlier. She has irritated eyes and nasal allergies and needs a shower. And I'm just sitting here being like, hey, honey, while wearing a spacesuit. There's something about that that's very funny. It's like, you want to trade saliva vials? I don't know. What happens to bodily fluids inside of an EVA suit? What about the helmets, though? The suit's fine, but like... Oh, obviously, it's remote-controlled toys is how this works, right? Ask if they're single. Let's see how this goes. You've been talked about as a lover recently, and can't do so again for a few seconds. She tells me about the crush she has on me. Great. Uh-oh. Why does it sometimes pause and sometimes doesn't pause? Rant about love life. I should just pause quicker is what I should do. Burst out laughing when she asks about metaphysics. That just nukes intimacy. Come on. This didn't work the last time, so I'll try again. Because, you know. Our eyes glaze over a little. Give up. I don't know, Eric, is this what you mean by these might be bugged? Because like you have to make them fall in love with you? Oh no, she walked away. Ask her if she's single. Once again. See if I can get further now. Ask if they're single again. I don't know. I don't feel like this is getting me any progress. Yeah, we just need some smooth jazz, you know? How to lower your own intimacy. Oogle them. That's actually really funny. Convinced to follow, maybe? She offers an enthusiastic greeting and says she might be able to follow a friend like you. That's wild. Insist that following is perfectly safe. They have no choice in the matter. I'm confused. Failure when target has, what was it, autonomy liberated? So I would fail this. Interesting. So can I just, like, will you follow me? I guess not. I guess I have to do the gamble. But they do have security composed, so we'll try that. There's no danger whatsoever. I mean, there's oxygen even. I seem trustworthy enough. Now I can go in here. No? Maybe? Light a candle, yes, with no oxygen. Remember family. Yeah, I don't really know what I should be doing at this point. The ship does have tons of oxygen tanks, but is there any power switches? Not that I'm seeing. I mean, there's also just straight up a hole, so 2 holes even. As the other said, in 0.14, you needed to be the one with the crush on them, but they have a crush on me. So wait, hold up. in romantic I read that as romantic equipment. Romantic entrapment. And develop a romantic relationship with her. Once the trust is established, extract relevant information from her and return to the kiosk. I've probably done that, right? Because I already attracted... I took sensitive information. Already. Okay, so then we're good to go then. Nifty. Well, that's useful. Gonna be weird and lower my intimacy while I have the opportunity. Although I don't think that's actually gonna lower it for very long. Doesn't do anything. All right, well, goodbye. I guess I'm good to go then. I'm just gonna now venture airlock, but that's, you know, fine. All right, let's go over to this switch and flip it. I should have been looking at that a little closer. Would have been easier. Oh, hold up. I can remove this helmet. Flip that over. It's crazy how zoomed out it is. It's kind of crazy, the different orbits. It's almost like you need to wait for certain times of the year to actually get to certain locations. All right, let's go to K-Leg. Go to the Hermes. Request undock. You can draw dongs on things in this game, Eric? This is called making your own hentai. It's the DIY option. Super low intimacy, that's very funny. Sounds like a good time to save just in case. Actually, that's a good call. DI hentai. Exactly. I wonder whatever happened to that guy, Stone. I often think about that individual. The good old dose of dong awareness. So there was a brief period of time, for those of you who are confused, where I used to do the intros of the stream in just chatting. So when I was streaming the record portions. So for a brief period of time, I did those chunks of the stream in the just chatting directory because I was like, this was quite a bit before Dwarf Fortress came out, and I was just kind of desperate to find any kind of new audience, and I stopped doing it after a while because people would tune in, say weird shit, be annoying, and then leave the second they realized I didn't play, like, normal video games. So I just kind of stopped doing it. It was just largely a waste of time. And, so during that period of time, there was a few regulars that we acquired during the just chatting sessions. And one of them was Dong Awareness. And he would make a new account like every day. And all he would do is just show up in your chat and just spam a whole bunch of ASCII dicks really, really quickly. And inevitably just get timed out or banned. And he would have a new account almost every day. And at one point, I just like let him keep doing it. Was like, wait, hold on. Are you a bot? And he stopped. And about a minute later was like, no, I am in. Why did I suddenly change directions? What the Oh, I see. Because I've got match speed on. That'd be why. And he was just suddenly like, no, I am in fact not a bot. And I was just like, why are you doing this? And it was just his shtick. It was just how many times can you get banned and how much, like, kind of, I don't want to say harmless trolling because it's not really harmless trolling, but, like, how much trolling can you get away with before, like, you get banned from the platform, basically, regardless of what you're doing. And I was, like, so endeared by this weirdo that I wouldn't ban him after that. He would pop in, spam dongs for about 10 seconds, and then say, all right, you've been made aware of dong, and then pieces out. And I to this day, think about dong awareness sometimes. Whoop. I'm actually just going to slow down. I'm going too fast. So we're just going to get us pointing in the right direction at the very least. Even if it brings me to a complete stop. I'm just very off base at the moment. Okay, there we go. Completely stopped. Now let's accelerate again. Sounds like a Xenoclash character. Xenoclash is very, very, very nostalgic to me for a lot of reasons. Lanix as well. It's good to see you, by the way. Dedicated to his craft. Yeah, no, at a point I just kind of respected it. And after a while he would just pop in and just be like, hey, what's up? I'm here to make you aware of dong. And then would spam a bunch of dong. Because what he would do is he'd start at the bottom of just chatting and just work his way up, and would just do it once a day with a different account. There was also another regular who still comes by from time to time who we got from that era, which is Zapdos Dude, who would just tune in and say, huge respect for the shirt. Keep it up, man. A lot of respect for the shirt, dude. Keep it up, bro. Still see him sometimes. He was here like a couple days ago. It's like, you know, it's like it's like that dude on Something Awful who has a wizard icon who just shows up periodically and then talks about how much he likes farts. Completely out of context, unrequested, with never given permission to do so, and completely off-topic threads. It's like that kind of trolling is the stuff that I have so much respect for. And I'm endlessly amused by. It's just like, you have a thing, you stick to it. And, like, if people understand that this is just you being a dipshit, it never really stops being entertaining. What? I don't see any holes in my ship. The hell's going on? Either a cop or a pirate is looking for me. Oh, it's like someone's tailing me. Is that what that means? I don't think I've ever seen that alarm go off before. Makes sense. Well, I can accelerate. Not many things like stop the game from being fast forwarded, but it's not like I stole anything. I did uninstall a door. But that's like it. You never got around to playing. It leaves early access next week. Elund. I'm quite enjoying it. Quite enjoying it, but it is kind of a lot sometimes. Like it is definitely quite a bit to learn. I think there's a review for it on Steam that I think says it pretty well, which is excellent game if you like methodical, slow games that take a long time to fully get the hang of and are more than willing to be patient for the first 10 hours. Because I think that's like kind of a big deal with this one, is it definitely is the sort of game where you're gonna need to be patient for a while in order to comfortably play it. Uh-oh. 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 Oh no. That's not good. Full burn. Don't crash. Whew. That was close. A little sketchy for a second there. Just don't mind me. Yeah, I mean, there's like links to the wiki everywhere. Like, there's a big guide there. And also, this is an official developer guide. But it is a chunky first 10 hours of information. Yeah. Oh, that's not what I want. I want to match you. Shush. The note does say don't crash. And you know what? We didn't. So you can't accuse me of not listening to the instructions. We didn't crash. I did have to burn a fuckload of fuel, though, and I almost passed out, but it's fine. Yeah, this is also a game where, like, if you're the kind of person where if you like reading books in video games, this is for you. But you don't have to read the books. You could probably just open up the wiki and get more direct instructions. But, like, these modules here can all be swapped for other things. And you can, like, move them around, which is kind of awesome. So you can literally play, like, Tetris with your user interface. I'm kind of tempted to move the maneuver drive up to here for a bit, actually. Shush. What's the main gameplay loop? It's a space game. So, like, currently I'm in the process of turning in an entrapment mission where I had to go to a lady who was hanging out on a random, like, derelict spaceship and flirt with her a bunch so that she would get a crush on me so that I could then go report sensitive information that I extracted from her because she has a crush on me now, which I did in about 20 minutes, which I'm called Handsome Harold, and then made it back, and then make it back within 6 hours to return in that information. Like, that's just a mission run. You could also do delivery missions and stuff. You could run bottles of alcohol to people. It's literally mostly what I've run for people. There's also ships everywhere, so you can do scavenging. You could scavenge illegally and run from the cops, or you could scavenge legally. And this is the, like, kind of little asteroid thingy that you start in. Now, I'm just going to zoom out for a little bit, because I can't actually fully comprehend what it would actually take to get from this orbit to any of these other places. I mean, I'm using this primarily, the target data and this for navigation. Like, I couldn't even fully comprehend what you would have to do to, like, get out to here. No fucking idea. No, definitely, but, like, at this point in the game, all I've had is basically an escape pod, right? So, I can't. Like, I'm certain, like, once you get to that point, yeah, no, that would make sense, but... Or, like, you know, get a really big battery and start a long burn and then shut your power off and wake up stranded in the middle of fuck goddamn knows where. Oh, is this the person who's coming to track me? This has to be the person who's tracking me, right? The Popo. What'd I do? Oh, did I forget to pay my... No, I didn't forget to pay my mortgage. So, yeah, they got something for me. All right. Boop. So it's our solar system. Yeah. We're something Ganymede. Like, I think a fun goal for this game would be get to Earth and crash into it. Although, supposedly Earth has seen better days. Although I think that goes for modern day, too. Okay, just let me turn that on. Go to communications. K-leg. Docking. Like, learning this game is a matter of, where the fuck is that beeping coming from? Periodically. And then figuring out where the mute button is for the alarms. That's the first few hours of this game. At least that's what it was for me. Now we're docking. You can't get in or out. What is it with space games and being cowards and not letting you fly to Earth? Because Elite Dangerous does that sort of too. Well, I mean, you can get to Earth in Elite Dangerous. You need a bunch of licensing and faction rep. I mean, Ganymede's a moon on Jupiter, isn't it? Well, totally, sure, but like, if there's a debris field that kills you, that's regardless, like, that is kind of the same thing, right? As, like, not letting you go there. Oopsies. Okay, where do I need to turn this in? I think it's commercial, right? I think it was commercial that I got this from. Oh, my bad. I didn't realize there wasn't an E at the end of it. Okay, learn something every year, I suppose. You know, I live in a small apartment. I'm not used to free space. Watch it. Tell me that I failed. My gigs. Turn in. Platinum tier payout. Hell yeah. 34,763 buckaroos. That was very quickaroo. What do you got here? Sensitive. Yeah, no, I can't do that. Or do you want to port to Old Emporium? Yeah, I can do that. Take gig done. Hey, what? Did I not take it? Yeah, I clicked the wrong button. Take gig. Seeking to secure prompt delivery of an aftermarket electrical box. Wrong. Oh, wait. Old port? Am I not? Oh, old port's upstairs. Right, duh. I'm in commercial. Yeah, that would make sense. It's like when you sell your house, remove the... Like... Make sure that make sure that you didn't need to leave your stove when you move out. There is some sort of story. Like, when you complete new tasks, it drip feeds you, like, blocks of text and lore and stuff, which is kind of neat. I'm just going to refill my power first. Like, as you explore further, you slowly gain details of world building. Take gig. There we go. Oops. But from what I can tell, reading press releases, the early access, leaving early access, which is next week, will finish the story or make the story finishable. PDAs and navs also. Oh, that's why people were telling me to look at people's PDAs. That makes sense. There we go. Got $1,000. Shitty courier gig. Courier from port. No, I'm not gonna fucking do that. I want to run all the way to nav 0. Oh, I see. I was looking at the wrong one. Huh. Client. That requires me to go multiple light years. That's nav 0. Secure prompt delivery. What the heck is ATC1? Sterile brandages to Brandon and Cramp, who's currently located in the port. If you just like big clicky buttons and a big sandbox that has story in it, that's kind of what this is, Elland. We'll see you later, Eric. Take care. Is that what it is? It's kind of... I mean, it would pay for my ferry, but... There's the AI superconductor. I'm so tempted to just try that, but... That requires going to Venus. Oh. You are to locate Kylie McLean on Venus orbital. Can I take transit there? Also, I know Kylie McLean. I've seen that person before. Delivered stuff to him. Let's go see, actually. Just gonna go access transit and look, because I'm very curious if I can. I have heard a couple people talk about Venus, correct. Ferry. Let's see where the ferry can get me and for how much. I could do it. It's 60,000 bucks. Why don't we just do that? That seems like pretty easy money. And I've never tried public transit before, so... You guys want to try public transit in this video game? Try something new? because they're seeking information on the whereabouts of Kylie McLean, who crashed a ship into a local station and is fleeing prosecution for damages. You are to locate Kylie McLean on Venus Orbital and use the PDA to take a photograph proving latest location. More like rideshare. It's called a ferry. I don't know. Take the gig. I feel like I should probably take lunch, though. So hold on. Let me just maybe put down the crowbar. If it's not, oh, well, I'm out some money. Let's grab 2 meals. Put to we. Oopsies, no, not that. Put to we. No. That. Let's go take the ferry. Yeah, I've got 3 days to get it done. So now we go over to this. It's just graffiti stuff. Venus Orbital. Oh, it's 3 days and 24 hours. I'm not going to make it. Whoops. Welp. Popcorn? Yeah. When was the last autosave? It's like right when we arrived, basically. No, I mean, it's so like the gig is up in 3 days, 11 hours. The ferry to go there. Oops. The ferry to go there is 3 days and 24 hours. So that doesn't really matter. Like by the time I get there, I've already lost. I read that as 3 hours. I missed the days part. So I guess like the only thing really to do is just go back. Well, was it only $130 to take it? Yeah, I guess I could just fail the mission. What else is an option? I'm also looking for these item delivery ones that require me to go to these places, but like this one gives me 6 hours to finish it. But it's a sensitive delivery of a live learning that predicts and manages the system wide to remove the system computer from the locker and install it into a ship. I don't think I can do that on public transit. I'm sure that's like taking a large dog or a deer onto the public train. It's seeking a prompt delivery of a shipment of sterile bandages. I really wish I could do this and then just give somebody the bandages. Seeking information. This one has 8 days. But I would have to go to Panam. Where the heck is that and how long does that take? I wouldn't even have the money to get there. Yeah, the untime is like recess basically. Is the way I read it. Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe just go do some salvaging. Let these reset. Um, 2 seconds, chat. I will be right back. Just gotta go do something real quick. Okay, we're back. I kind of just want to run gigs, but I guess like the actual thing to do right now is just go get a license and just do some... Just go do some salvage. So this right here is my old license. This is my new license, which is good until 3 hours on the 29th. It's good for 24 hours. That's the one in my hand. This one, on the other hand, which is in my inventory, is no good and needs to be thrown out. So I think it's time for me to just pop over to the fuel. I got a message while I was away. I have to report to Port Authority. Do I have to? Right now is inconvenient. I just bought like a transport thingy. But thanks for the heads up, Lion. So today's my last stream of the week. What's your plans for the weekend, chat? I have a bunch of editing and stuff I gotta do. I want to make as much progress on that new video as possible. Summons directed to Cooper Carlson hands over what looks like a tracking device and melancholically instructs you to plant it on. Why am I giving everybody tracking devices? I don't like this, man. Sounds like fun, Spork. This might sound bad to anybody who does have kids. It seems like the best way to not experience having kids, but like have kids around is just like occasionally have somebody who drops off their kids once in a while that you just get to hang out with and then get to go do something else and not have to worry about permanently taking care of kids. But they're fun kids, that's good. You want to make something you can enjoy and stick to. Well, interesting, Kaiser. Well, best of luck with your development quest. Don't got any plans right now? I think my biggest plans is to hit the art supply store at some point this weekend. I need to do that because I'm running out of. Whoops, I'm not inventory. I'm running out of some of my art supplies. Now, is that cop still tracking me, or are they done tracking me? Looks like they're done tracking me. That looks like a big ship. Let's go for that thing. Request undocking. Yum. Nope, not you. Where was the big ship that I had locked earlier? The thing I had locked. There we go. Spin around. I shouldn't take long to get to. I mean, it's only 77 kilometers away. My little sister spent about 4 years, Spork of Death, trying to remember my name. My dad at the time had a boss named Chris. And my dad hated Chris. And as an adult, it seems like with very good reason, my dad did not like Chris. And my little sister, for some reason, decided I was Chris. Which is really funny because she spent like a year prior completely butchering my name because my name's Gregory, right? So she would call me Geggy. And then at some point, I became Chris. And I've never like fully understood how that happened. But I think that was funnier for me than either of my parents. Like, my dad was not interning, but like basically doing like an apprenticeship in the career path that he was in at the time. And that boss was much more interested in telling my dad to like go wash his truck than like actually do the apprenticeship that he was supposed to be doing. So basically kind of a royal piece of shit in a lot of ways. I'm going to Heartburn. I'm overshooting. Whoops. By a lot. Oops. Don't overspeed. Don't be like me. It's down there that I'm heading. Oh, the license one? I mean, it seems like certain things sell better to the black market, certain things sell better to the licensed trader, certain things sell better to the we buy crap trader. Sorry, Chris in YouTube chat, by the way. Chris in YouTube chat is like, that sums it up. For whatever it's worth, a couple years later, my uncle and him and his partner had my cousin. They're not together anymore, but they're amicable. Had Chris. So we did end up having a Chris in the family a few years later. No responses. Oops. There we go. I do have 16 hours in this playthrough. So, I have had several hundred people yelling at me of what to do, and it kind of speeds up a few things, generally. Which usually leads to me going, yeah, I know, but I also know I can't do that yet. Kind of a lot, but it's fine. Like, I'll admit, I probably wouldn't have found the mute button yet on the alarm. Actually, hold on, let me check something. I feel like I need to, figure out how to refill the O2. Oh, actually, let's shut the power off to the other battery. I need to figure out how to refill the O2 on my O2 container on this suit. All right, well, it's not claimed by anybody, so that's good. That seems to be a lot of cargo pods. Yeah, I don't know. Learning this game seems to remind me a lot of learning Elite Dangerous. Really, where it's like, all right, I know how to fly in circles, but now what the fuck? But also more straightforward, but also way less straightforward, and depending on how you cook it. There's a sink. Guarantee you there's, like, if there's water in there. Can you drink water from a sink without taking your helmet off? Because if you can, that's really funny. That's not bad. But those are what we should grab. Was there another nav station over here, or was it just a toilet? There's a bed. Bulkhead bin? Inventory? Just random crap. Drink pouches. Mystery meat surprise sauce. In surprise sauce, a videotape. A thin prism covered in strange marks. Exterior of alien of an interior alien culture in the 1990s. Is that worth taking? Kind of vaguely curious. Small batteries? Do you have charge? You risk detonation if you fill them. Good to know. I mean, Chris and a new Chris in the family could also just be like a sitcom. Or Chris and the family, maybe, but... Time to upgrade my skiff. Like I said yesterday, I'm much more keen on just saving up enough money that I can just get a new mortgage on a new ship, because I'd rather start with a bigger base than have to upgrade it such a tiny ship, but I might grab some floor tiles. Just kind of scanning so I don't focus on the wrong thing. I'm also just low-key looking for some power. Oop, HE3 tank. It's not empty, that's good. An Atmos scrubber. Although those are just floor tiles. There's like straight up loose floor tiles. Let's pick up the stacks. Pick up stack. Pick up stacks. Although I feel like those might be better. What's too bloody finicky? Kept scavenging new bottles and you haven't run out. I didn't read that the first time. Hold up. Is there more behind that door? Or is that just space? Because that just seems like it's just space. Some more batteries. Uninstalling all the racks. Because I'm not seeing any switches back here. Ooh. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to add, like, I'm going to have to double the size of this floor here, at the very least. Oh, yeah. The thing is, just saying too bloody finicky about this game is kind of like, you could just say the name of the game. Fiddly nonsense. But yeah, I'm currently, like, kind of happy that we know that, or that I'm getting a little bit of a break from Dwarf Fortress, because I feel like the last few patches for Dwarf Fortress have been big enough that they've just kind of held me until the next update. And like, I talk about this every now and again where it's like, sometimes it's nice to just like know that there's an update or something coming out for a game. And it's like, well, time to take a break. Because I know something's coming. Bigger batteries. Is there a power switch in here? There it is. Toggle power. Oh, I see. That's probably the power. That's the problem. Could try wiring it up. They've got charge. Just to get some light in here. I would just need like 1 or 2 conduits. Which won't take too long. What are you doing? What? Oh, I installed the floor. That's not what I wanted to uninstall. What do you have to go do? Cancel task. Uninstall the conduit. Yeah, that's something that I need to get better at while streaming this game, I think, is just figuring out how to keep bringing up or keep interesting conversations flowing without, like, you know, just seeming rambly. Because I when I'm still learning a game, this is a little bit of inside brain baseball for streamers, I guess. When I'm still learning a game, it takes me a while to get to a point where I can just, like, talk while playing it without also, like, how do I put this? Just losing track of my train of thought constantly, because I have to process a lot more and I can't, like, autopilot. It always takes a while to get to the point where I can just autopilot a game and keep the conversation flowing. So as I've said a couple times over the past few days, since I am learning this game right now, the things that you guys can do to help keep the conversation moving right now is greatly appreciated. Wait, what? Oh, those are disposable batteries. Sometimes it's too hard to click on disposable items in your inventory. Install. I'm gonna have to go there, there, and there. Peanut butter. Peanut is neither pea nor nut. Yeah, that's always confused me a whole lot. But, like, I've kind of accepted it. I don't know. That's not unique to peanuts, though. There are other there's other nuts that are technically like legumes, right? I mean, it's the difference between like mashed potatoes and pea soup, right? You can mash potatoes, but you can't pea soup. I choose not to worry about it so much. I mean, there's also the other classic question of what's for lunch. I've only had breakfast today, and I had a smoothie. Although I felt kind of dumb this morning because I realized that I ran out of like almond milk for a smoothie, because I like to have smoothies in the summer for breakfast because last thing I want is oatmeal. So I just put 2 scoops of ice cream in it. It works. Although the ice cream I have is weird because I buy this super low sugar ice cream because my body, it wants to die. And the kind of annoying thing about this super low sugar ice cream is, how do I put this? The annoying thing about the super low sugar ice cream is that it just doesn't hold its structure as well. I don't fully know the science of ice cream, but we're about to get by some ads, so we'll leave the game on slow. Lots of fruits technically aren't fruits. Yeah, and lots of vegetables are technically fruits. Jin in YouTube chat wants to know if you can win this game. Chat, can you win this game? Okay. So I'm going to uninstall that tank. And this one. Did I set a goal to achieve? Absolutely not. But I'm also not asking the question. It's Jin in YouTube chat who wants to know if you can win this game. I usually what that means when people are asking that is, can you see credits? Like, is there like a you win, even if there's like a continue button at the end? Like, is there a win state for this? If the answer is no, then the answer is no. This isn't like a metaphysical question. Like, Dwarf Fortress isn't a game with a win state. You can complete goals that you set out to achieve, but that isn't a win state. Kaiser Nike is saying, I thought I saw a retire option where you buy a house somewhere. Huh. You mean an abandoned tanker? Floating in space? You are no longer feeling good about being kissed recently. Thanks, Gabe. Way to hit me in the home. Yuck, Nick Paw. I don't want to think about that. More like zomboids. This is how you die. Yeah, makes sense. Also, don't mind all of the alarms going off in this ship. Like, all of the O2 alarms and shit are firing. It's a bit of a rave up there. Okay, so let's pick up. Go normal speed. Just drag it down there. Uninstall. No. First, drop a Rooney. Okay, then go uninstall. What? Oh, that's what's in my image. It's like, what did I click on? Apparently trash. That's due to there probably not being enough power output, I would assume. The alarms are going off in various places due to there being no oxygen and shit in here. These are also probably just venting CO2 and such. I might also try to take that. But then there's also all of these. There's specialty. These are all specialty cargo pods. Pristine. I have to knock out those walls and pull them out. I certainly have. I was in one of these, although I was in one of these yesterday, Spork, but it was like mostly shrapnel. It was mostly shrapnel. Then up here, there's just thrusters, various conduits. There's also like a partially... Oh, wow, that is a fully charged battery. There is a partially intact... There's these lasers as well. Oh, what's that? There's also a Mega Hydra Third Dynamic... Mega Hydra Third Dynamic! That's not even a series of words. That thing. Sadly, these aren't as full as the last ones I found. The last one of these that I found was like almost completely full, but it's something. And I've been told that you should not accidentally bash these because they will explode. This is where all the alarms are. Maybe I can shut those off. Pressure alarm. Yeah, so it's the alarm's going off because there's no pressure. Just turn it off. Go to this one. There you go. Couldn't click on the button. And then... Not sure what else is beeping. Something else is beeping. I'm going to need to drill a hole in this wall in a second anyway. Oh, well, I'll just drill a hole in this wall then. Doesn't really matter to me. Could probably fix it up easily enough. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still in salvaging mode. Like, I've seen more than one ship where people are like, yeah, you could probably fix it up. It's like, I feel like at this point it's still... I'm making major assumptions here, but I feel like it's makes more sense to just pull out the most expensive pieces I can carry and sell them, because I probably can't afford to buy it. I was looking at the prices of the derelicts yesterday, and I don't think I can afford to buy them. You go right there, and then you can just go right there. You install, because these are just floor tiles. Huh? I don't know what I'm not installing over here, but... Oh. Cancel action. Do this. There you go. I wonder how the battery on my... Guess I'm not using this battery, hey? Oh, yeah, no, we're fine. How do space? Space do good, more or less, I think. Oops. Install. There you go. Salvaging it? Yes, that is what I'm doing. What did it look like I was doing? Spark of Death? Oh, yeah, making more cargo capacity. Yes, that is in fact what I'm doing. It's what I did yesterday too. Although these ones were already deconstructed, which is kind of nifty actually. Might need to go get some more, though. As long as space isn't dead. So this is something that I guarantee you chats can be like redacted about, which actually kind of answers the question, which is, I don't even know if there are aliens in this game. I mean, maybe there is, but there sure as shit doesn't seem to be. At least not here, if there are aliens. So I don't know if space is dead. I'm not sure what you mean by item on cursor. Oh, you mean like click and place it? Yeah, that makes sense. Let's just do that real quick. Because I think those impact the zone. I mean, that's why I'm going this way. To the north side to flatten the door. You mean this? Like one more tile right there? I could do that. I've just been like manually dragging shit inside. Oh, remove those two. I mean, I don't know. I've still just been manually carrying them inside, but yeah, you're probably right. It's not a bad idea. Hello, Timmy. And the meat. Yeah, I don't know. This game seems hard sci-fi enough that if there is aliens, it's like, oh, it's like bacteria that kills you immediately or something, you know? Hard sci-fi games. Nope. Okay, that's fucking... I really wish it wouldn't do this. Where sometimes your character just, like, magically can deconstruct stuff from super far away, and it freaks me out thinking that you're deconstructing the wrong things. Oh, me neither. I also don't understand them. So... But no, I'd also kind of forgotten, so it's not a bad callback. I appreciate the reminder, I guess, in this one. Okay, so, like, it's hard sci-fi, but Bigfoot exists. Got it. Although, like, you know, I don't know what year this is supposed to take place in. But, like, if we're a dozen generations into space travel, someone could just be really fucking irradiated and mutated and inbred. And that could effectively create something that, to me, is almost scarier than, like, aliens. In the sense, you know? I honestly, gotta be honest, I don't know the world of Neo Scavenger all that well. But sure, yeah. Is putting flooring outside of my thrusters a bad idea? I'm just looking at that and going, that looks wrong. You think it's okay? It used to be. I'm just not going to. I'll just put a platform on the other side if I feel I need it. Like now going, where's that alarm coming from? Oh, well. Could be wrong. Save before trying. Don't blow shit up. Yeah. I'm just going to repair these two. This is the less repaired one of the two. If nothing else, these tanks will pay for my license. Whatever that alarm was, it's no longer beeping, so I guess that's good. Those batteries are draining, but not actually as fast as I thought they would. Not nearly as fast as I thought they would. I've never been to England, so I genuinely could not tell you. Having not had lived experience. I feel like you have to have had pudding in both places to know. All I know is that some places biscuits are cookies and some places biscuits are biscuits. So, similar words used to refer to different things. But how about this? Pudding is not the same as putting stone, which is not the same as putting a stone somewhere. Discuss. Also, what is there to discuss when you just say, this thing is not the same as this thing? Discuss. It's like, yes, you are correct. That is the whole discussion, is it not? Speaking of on England, Count Binface. Count Binface made me smile when I saw the first Count Binface related thing. He is going to build at least one affordable home. That kind of stuff, like Vermin Supreme as well, is just amusing. Take no bribes. Yes, definitely. I mean, maybe he could be bribed into building 2 affordable homes. The bit of the interview that I listened to, the person interviewing him asked, like, are you concerned at all about the fact that you might actually win? And he goes, well, I will speak to my lawyers if that is the case. I was like, whoa, okay. You want your free pony? I live in Canada, and I also want a free pony. I miss Vermin Supreme, but at this point, like, you almost need the inverse of that kind of satirical politics. Because, like, it's almost not funny anymore, you know? But Vermin Supreme was funny for a bit. It's like in Canada, we have the Rhino Party, which started in the 80s and has had various iterations over the years. But one of my favorite things that the Rhino Party would do is Canada would all move to the East Coast and then get on ships and invade Spain. By law, we would have to do that. Because in one episode of Tintin, or not episode, but comic of Tintin, Tintin visits Spain. And while he's in Spain, he has to shoot a rhino. And because of this is so against the culture of the Rhino Party of Canada that we would have to invade Spain. However, we would not, in fact, invade Spain if Spain sent the Rhino Party and its constituents a 6-pack of Spanish beer and biscuits, and a pack of biscuits, which they did. They also promised to pave over Manitoba and make the world's largest parking lot. Is also pretty good, because nothing of value would be lost. They also said that they would build a bridge from Vancouver Island to PEI, and they haven't decided which way around the world they would go. Oopsies. No, don't install. Restore. It's satirical politics. Too bad. You have to laugh at it because I've forgot about this dude in a costume. It has been lurking around for a decade. Yeah. Yeah. I like satirical, like, election candidates, though, purely because they make people that don't generally pay as much attention look and realize that there's an election. Like, I actually think that's the valuable thing that they do, is they draw attention, right? And, like, the worst thing that you can have in an election in almost any situation is no attention. Yeah, Gooblier brought up Count Binface because we're just babbling about stuff, and Nick Paw said, putting in England is not the same as putting in North America, discuss, followed by speaking of England, Count Binface. And now I'm babbling about satirical politics. I am, in fact, running Cache OS at the minute. I was running Linux Mint and Debian before that. But yes, I am on Linux. Elend. Although I'm nowhere close to an expert, so please consult an expert if you actually have, like, complicated related Linux questions. You think the bridge should snake through the waters through the north? I was, honestly, I'm team tunnel. Like, if we're going to build a highway from Vancouver Island to PEI, it might as well be a tunnel. And, power finally went out on my ship. But it's fine. I have a backup battery if I actually hit this. Still have a secondary battery. So, it's fine. No. No, I did not. I just, like, what resolution are you on? I'm just on 1920 by 1080, so it's kind of, like, usually the default for most things. Uh-oh. Find Kylie Arena who wants to talk about getting help with a romantic issue. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Reaches out to you seeking romantic matchmaking help. Come find me when you have spare time. Have you taken a shower yet? I wonder if I can just tell her to come here. That was the person who I had to honeypot. I'm expecting her to try to stab me. Speaking of satirical elections. Okay. It's character lunchtime. Can I eat while in a spacesuit? Let's find out. I feel like that should make me die in space. Just throwing that out there. Well, all the lights have gone off. Let's blast down some doors. Second honeypotting? No, that's the first one. Unless that's somebody else. Oh no, that is somebody else. Never mind. That was it like an SH name or whatever? No, there wasn't a second honeypotting. It was just the one. How's my captain holding together mentally? Well, he's very greedy and extremely desperate for intimacy, but aside from that, fine. Looking for pristine ones. So I don't need to repair them. There's at least a few here that are like not damaged at all. Like these ones. Actually, let's just go for these. Go to this side. I have 4 monitors and I'm also on Wayland. I mean, like, I honestly... It launched in full screen borderless at 1920 by 1080, but like, I don't know. The only game that I can think of right now that has a trouble with my resolution would be Dwarf Fortress, actually. But it doesn't, you know, not like game breaking in the slightest. This is both bigger and smaller when deconstructed than I thought it would be. Sir Count Binface has only been getting gifts from Sigma 9. I love the lore, man. Oh. Time to drag this sucker over here and place more floor pieces. Nope. I didn't even know you could. I could graffiti it. All I know is that they've got 4 value. I mean, specialty cargo pods. I guess you'd have to dismantle it to find out what's inside of it. Actually, I could maybe just put this inside. Nah, no, I can't. It's too small. So I have to. I'm gonna go to this side because I don't want to block the coolers. Probably has to be installed. I'm not gonna bother. I'm sure they might be high value, but or like I might get more value from it, but I'm just, like I said, I'm just not gonna bother. All right, you install. I might find useful tools and stuff. I'm sure. I just want money to buy a bigger ship or a derelict. That is the entire goal at the moment, is buy a bigger ship. Today is also one of those days. Actually, this is going to be one of those weeks where I wish I could just stream over the weekend. And depending on how much work I get done tomorrow and how efficient I am, there might be bonus streams. So I kind of want to play more of this, especially because like I'm kind of expecting this character to stop being playable or break once the 1.0 comes out, because this is a game that breaks saves. We'll see. No promises, but also not promising. Must be because you use experimental proton by default. I mean, so do I. Went to run on your 1440p monitor. So all of my monitors are 1920 by 1080. None of them are 1440p. It just launched on my default monitor. Buy a bigger ship. Also, because like I kind of want to just know what it's like to go further, kind of deal, YouTube chat, and I'm also, call me weird in this instance, I have a feeling if I buy a bigger ship, and I could be completely off base here, I'm just kind of assuming that if I buy a bigger ship, it's more likely that it'll actually fly to a destination than if I build it. And I've done a lot of fiddling and would just kind of like to see more without having to necessarily do a ton of extra minute-to-minute work, if that makes any sense. Let's just grab 4 more panels. But yeah, I mean... Oh, you want to run it on the 1080p monitor. Yeah, I don't know. It sounds like we have pretty different setups, Island, but... I would, oopsies. I would just go to the Proton wiki and see if anybody is having similar issues with this game or different games and follow whatever they did to fix it. This is generally what I do. They're all different resolutions. Yeah, that's... I've just been a 1080p nerd. I don't know why you're walking away. I've been a 1080p nerd for quite some time, so... Oh, you're going there. That makes sense. Hold on, why... Cancel order. Why am I punching the airlock? Excuse me? Seems like a weird thing to go about doing. We're in an ad break, but I'm just going to construct stuff at base speed. You do think that you should favor using cargo, if nothing else, for a fast light cargo expansion? It doesn't hold the little trinkets, but stuff like those tanks would be solid for it. Sure. I mean, I'm not entirely sure what you're even talking about. Fair enough. I think you should favor using cargo netting if you find any for fast light cargo expansion. Cargo netting. I have no idea what that is, but I will keep an eye out for cargo netting. Yeah, I don't know. I've been a 1080p gamer for most of my life, and I think that I will likely be staying a 1080p gamer and just slowly increase the resolution, the refresh rate. So keep everything on 1080p and just slowly increase the refresh rate, because honestly, that just seems to be the easiest way to keep things reasonable on the graphics card front without like massively inflating costs. Because like I look at things like 4K and then like look at the games that I play or the games that I play on or off stream, and it's like, well, this wouldn't run as well if I'm running it at 4K. So like I would rather, get better performance at a lower resolution. Plus I'm not even streaming in 4K. I had the capability to, but you need more monitor space on your main screen. Then it's too small for me. Like I'm cursed with shitty eyes. So being cursed with shitty eyes makes me prioritize different things. I mean, I would love to add a 5th monitor in, but 32-inch screen, 32-inch screen, 32-inch screen, 24-inch screen is what I have. But they're all 1920 by 1080. Okay, so uninstall. I think just this one and then smaller stuff probably. I don't think I have any hacking skill. Spookiest skeleton, but yeah, people have talked about crypto in this game. Speaking of crypto wallets, be cautious if you're playing Mechta Chameleon custom maps, because there's issues with that game and people executing code through their mods while the mods are running through custom maps. So if you launch a custom map, you could be exposing yourself to attacks such as hacked Discord accounts, stolen crypto wallets, etc. It's been kind of a wild story going around recently. You switched to 1440p because your dual monitors died and a single 1440 was... Yeah, that's totally fair. For me, it's like almost an accessibility thing at this point. Okay, let's go for smaller stuff. We can also come back. We got lots of time left on this license. That's what I want, the CO2 scrubber. I'm going to store it first, though. Means you can make UI physically bigger, easier to see. Yeah, but higher resolution doesn't necessarily mean bigger screen. I like bigger screen physically. Like if I could get like 34-inch monitors, I'd be tempted to. Although at that point, then your neck kind of gets hurt. But because I've got, oops, that removed way faster than I thought it would.
I enjoy your stream. Keep up the good work.
I enjoy your company. Thanks for hanging out. Try on. Thank you very much for the first notification of money in 2 hours, by the way. And for being one of the awesome folks who tunes in for the Variety Week. So thank you. Because it's always a much smaller crowd during Variety Weeks. So thanks. Appreciate it. I'm also going to pick up that motor, probably. Just in case I find myself needing some spare parts. Wow, that's way smaller than I thought it would be. Hey, chat, can I get a big round of beers for the 4-month resubscription? If you're just following the channel and not subscribed, you can also use the Crypt Burr emote, and if you don't want to follow me or just don't like me, then you can use the normal beer emote as well. No, I don't actually have space out here. Me thought I did. I guess you don't. Whoop. Let's see if I actually have space in here. I might not. This is going to vent my oxygen briefly. You know what? This might just actually have to be the... Because now I can't... Oh, no, I can get past it. I was not expecting it to let me past that. How much power am I sitting on? Half our power? Okay, I can just run across here real quick. Grab some O2 cans. I made a video a couple years ago, I learned, called I Deleted Windows. And that was when I started running Linux. And that was 2024? Whenever I uploaded that video was the day after I installed Linux for the first time in like a decade. Previously, I messed with Ubuntu on a laptop long time before that. But never stuck with it because I had no idea what the fuck I was doing. And I was a dumb kid. No, don't actually install it. Just cancel action. Cancel task. Pick up. Place. Okay, there's a few more like N2 tanks back here. I feel like this is a good spot to come back to. Let's go get one. Actually, let's... Where's the thingy? The thingy is this. I'll just take whatever I can carry. I'll go over here. How much is in this? Let's throw you in there. Throw you in there. Throw that 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 in there. I don't recall picking up a power drill, but apparently I have a power drill. Also grab those disposable batteries. Go back over to you up here. Pick up. Okay. It's time to make a go-go. Something that I really like about Linux, actually, is I don't know how many of you have this problem, but every year-ish, I get this sickness. And it's a sickness that requires me to upgrade my computer. And I like buy new computer parts. I think it's called having a hobby that you enjoy, right? And whenever I get that sickness, I feel compelled to upgrade something in my computer. And something that's really nice about Linux is I can kind of scratch that itch and fill that need by just swapping distros. You know, it's like the ooh, shiny new toy kind of feeling, but like, man, it's in an awkward spot. That's annoying. Okay, let's detach from this. Race condition. Let's undock. But yeah, also it just seems to be like, I think a good skill to have these days, because I'm getting to know more and more people that aren't tech savvy and want a computer that just works. And it's nice to be able to be like, well, this isn't that complicated and will run just fine and make your 2011 Mac, like iMac, work again. And so I saved my parents' computer by just getting them off of Windows 7. I installed Linux Mint on a friend of mine's Mac. Which, you know, if nothing else, how fast am I going? 25 kilometers a second. I should slow down, 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 slow down. Like being being silly about how fast I'm going. Just match speed. There we go. Not go 8x speed. Well, not thinking about what I'm doing. Is some multiplayer games? You already know which games you're not going to be able to get working on Linux. It's League of Legends, Valorant, anything else by Riot, probably anything by Bungie, and like Battlefield. Local authority, ship scan, activity detected. Okay. Let's not overspeed up and just spin this way a little bit. Hold down R. Just sit here for a second. It's like the big FPS games that are precious about their like inability to like deal with cheaters on operating systems they understand. So they're definitely not going to permit operating systems they don't understand, because those couldn't possibly bring anything but more cheaters, right? Although if you're so worried and have such a bad problem with cheating in a multiplayer game that you straight up won't support alternative OSs, I almost don't want to play your game, because to me, like, that just kind of sounds like, even with those protections in place, when hacks do happen, they will be so categorically terrible that, you know, my IFF says I'm wanted. Am I wanted? Wanted for what? What'd I do? I have a license. I was getting scanned by something, but I don't actually know if that means that I'm wanted. Where does it say that? Oh, I see. I don't know. I don't know what I'm wanted for. I mean, there's a lady here that wants to ask me for romantic advice, but unlock your vessel, stand off, prepare to be boarded. Eh. Eh. Whatever they are, they're not following me, so. No, that was before I undocked. Cyberdud. Hush now. So I was like ripping stuff out of that vessel. Man. See how this goes. Either I'll get arrested and then I'll deal with it, or I don't know. I plead the stupid. Hail ship, K-leg. This is what I get for putting my phone on airplane mode while I'm deconstructing stuff, you know? Save game. Yeah, actually probably not a bad idea. This game is neat, but it is a long 10 hours to figure out what the fuck you're doing, Rona. So you do have to have some patience while learning, but if you can have patience while learning, it seems pretty fucking neat. And I haven't even scratched the surface. Okay. Sup, I'm Jack Plays. Oops. Yeah. It'd be neat if there was a way to turn off match speed in this screen instead of it just yelling at you, but I'm running an NVIDIA card because I bought it like 2 years before I moved to Linux. It's a 3070, which only caused me issues when I was running Debian because that's the only card from that era that Debian doesn't natively support. Oh my god. That's crazy. It's actually showing the zone color now. Oh shit, I'm dumb. I should just click these one at a time. Because that makes things so much easier, holy shit. Why am I clicking and dragging when I could just like make it work the first time by clicking one tile at a time? Holy shit. Okay, well, that's my barter zone now. Go plug my batteries in first. You got sent from Dino because I wanted to join your Discord. Well, good luck. Who's Dino? I'm sure you can find the way to the Discord from there. Let's throw that in there just cause. Barter gives a bad deal in the cargo pods. Yes, we've already been over this. Silence Lion. Doesn't change the fact that I want to look. Yeah, I mean, that's a slightly lower, but let's go here. This is certainly one of those games, though, once you get the basics, like the learning curve becomes okay, how do I expand beyond this point? Like, figuring out how to skip the grind seems like the learning curve here after a while. Are you on this ship? What? Kinetic Fusion is her location. I am under arrest for something. Ask if they're single. Ask about forged off-world visas. Yeah. What about you? Surrender to officer. Under arrest for doing what? All right, well, let's go to prison, I guess. Hold up. Let's offer to trade. Dang it. $15,000. Oh no. They haul you before AOSEC magistrate judgment for leaving your ship and gear behind. Or at the hearing, you beg for just a fine $15,000 payable in full. What am I under arrest for? I still don't know what I'm under arrest for. But anyway, plead for a fine. That's fine. Awkward. No, if it says why, I didn't see why, but all the stuff on my ship is fine, so. Sounds like a toll. Cost of doing business. I genuinely have no idea what I did. Maybe it was that quest, potentially, where I had to go. I swear, if this same officer arrests me again. Nope, okay. Maybe you know what maybe happened? Here's a bet, or just an idea of what maybe happened. Maybe what happened was they wanted to check my license while I was working on that ship, and I just straight up didn't notice. And it's okay, so yeah, this one gives me you're not even interested. So it's possible maybe that I got arrested for not showing them my license. That's the only thing I could possibly think of. So where should I sell these things out of the zone? Or out of this? Because the Atmos scrubber, they'll buy it for 15,000, which I think is actually higher than elsewhere. Yeah, that must have been what it was. Did I turn in the gig? Oh, no, I did not turn in the gig. I can't get there. I failed the gig, I presume. Yeah. So maybe it was the gig? I don't know. You've had a few enforced inspections in that police in the police ship flying to the asteroid? Neat. So where's the other place that I could go to? I'm just double checking prices everywhere. I think it's really funny how whenever you enter this area, it just immediately beeps at you real fucking loud. If they give you no reason, they tend to have health issues. Wait, does that mean that you poison them? What are you doing to cause their health issues? Brown kiosk. Where trader pod? Oh, this is it just this kiosk right here? Trade. Cargo pod trade. Sell. I guess, yeah, that's like 15,000 more. Ish. I'm actually just going to go double check because I can't quite remember. Dragging them in manually gives even more. Okay. This is like how my brain works, or rather doesn't. Like I will just be like, yep, I'll go do this, and then I'll look at the price for this thing, and then walk 10 feet to the left and be like, wait, what was the price of that thing? Okay, so you buy them for 8 and 10. You will buy them for 6 and 8. Even worse. Let's go pick her up. They tend to have health issues, and then you just give their ship a nudge in the direction of K-Leg and let... Are you being serious? Because that's... Seems like a choice. Isn't letting me click for a second there. Weird. It's like my screen lost track of the window. Walked to the fridge, opened it, and realized I wasn't in front of the toilet. Oh yeah, no. Running on automatic, eh? Select cargo pod. Wait. $20,000. Oh boy. Okay. Worth the fine. Although this one, I'm gonna go restore first. Not that it needs much, but I'd like to get that pristine bonus if I can. How does that exterior car not just fall off when you fly? Because this game's a very heavy sim, but it's not that heavy of a sim. Truck love. I'm just gonna go to speed 1, because we're in an ad break. They take forever to repair. Oh, trust me, it's nowhere near as bad as the time that I was repairing those tankers at 1.1%, and I hadn't decided to spare chat the pain by purchasing the laser yet, which Eric definitely wasn't telling me repeatedly to purchase, and I wasn't ignoring it. I just was choosing not to. Yeah, that. I just want to get that pristine bonus, you know? And also the XP, because fucking why not? It's down to the second, yeah. Really should have... No, I mean, Eric was. I was just deciding that I wasn't ready for... Anyway. No, I'm not blaming Eric. I'm just... I'm thinking it's kind of funny in hindsight. That's all. I just chose not to. That's why there's a random platform on the edge of my ship, Alund. I think you can also customize the pre-existing ships, but you have to make sure you know that you'll make them work. Otherwise, it will brick parts of the actual game. But yeah, all of this is like constructible. I installed this battery. You could install bigger walls and widen it and shit. Like, I guess I could go around here and square this off and like give me a little bit more floor space. There's nothing wrong with the battery placing being insane. Thank you. That sounds like something that I would probably just go to the Steam Workshop for, to be honest. So should I drag those two over to the trading spots to get the bonus, or to get a bonus, or does it not matter for these tanks? So if it doesn't matter, I'll just sell them to the licenses. Yeah, you could very easily like brick yourself out of your own ship, as Cyberdud says. See, now it's 21,000, so it was worth it. It was only 18,000 before. Anyways, done. Because I get the game for free that it's in a bundle with. Well, that's good. I guess. Congratulations on your slightly cheaper thingy. I can sell this for more to the black market. I don't think the black market wants anything else. I'm just going to go to the black market first. And sell everything that I can to the black market. Zone 2. Yeah, that's 15,000. The price actually went up, I think. Nothing in the tote bag that you want. Nothing in the other zone that you want. Nothing up here that you want. Nothing in there that you want. I kind of wish that stuff would scroll smoother. It makes it hard to track for me. And let's go up to here. Take this helmet off again. Let's also go here. Pay my $500 bill. I don't even know what that's for, but... From the depths taught you one thing. It's that do not make the thing flip over. It's fine. Anything is fine. I never played From the Depths, but... You advise that you go do renovation work, install a small battery behind each switch outside. It can have run out of... Are you talking to me, Elmiran? Because I think I already did that. Or are you talking to somebody in chat that I'm just missing? Just trying to see what I'm missing here. Because I'm definitely missing parts of chat. Okay, so here... Guess that's 11,000 and then 300, 300. What about you? Not wanted. Just gonna sell through all these parts. A little bit of pocket change. Sell you. And then I don't know why this one isn't trading, but I'm just going to grab it. This game is published by KitFox. It's one of the reasons why I'm playing it now and not the day it launched. Because I'm doing part-time work for KitFox right now. It's good to have footage, because basically I'm running their Twitter account until October is part of this. But playing this is not in the job description. I don't have to do this. Something I was going to do anyways, so now's just a decent time to do it. All right. Let's actually just see what you'll go over here give me for it. Not wanted. Got it. I personally have a Twitter account, but I haven't posted on Twitter since 2023. I did log into Twitter in 2025 to block somebody, though. No, I'm running the KitFox Twitter account. But the nice thing about that is I don't actually have to look at it, really. because they have an external piece of software that runs it. So I just see responses and respond through the external software. So I'm not actually having to log into Twitter, which is kind of nice. Do I have both my batteries? Battery, yes. Let's go back to that ship and just go get more of those pieces. It is a 10-hour-a-week contract from now until October. I am not a full-time employee. I'm barely even an employee. I'm a part-time contractor until then. And it's literally just because there's a bunch of games that they have that are all releasing in the next period of time. So between now and October, it's like a bunch of patches and a bunch of releases and a bunch of announcements. And so because they are a tiny team, Alexander's busy, who runs their community. So I'm just helping because I happen to know quite a bit about some of their games for some reason. So I'm the hired help until October, basically. And the reason I accepted it was because money has been weird since November 2024. By that, I mean less consistent and strange. And certain people in politics are making money weirder. And for me, I kind of decided at the beginning of this year that I might actually have to start looking for sponsorships, which I didn't really want to do because I don't want to be doing things like subathons during a recession because that just feels like shit. I don't like e-begging, if that makes any sense. I'm fine doing that when the economy is okay, but when the economy around the world just gets kind of fucked, I feel like shit doing that. So I've opted. So I was looking at different options and things that I could theoretically do, and that just kind of made sense to take it because like that would pay basically what one average sponsorship that I could maybe find per month would pay without having to, take sponsorships. I don't even know what game you're talking about, really, Silver Seth, in YouTube chat. Yep, yet I need money to do this. And like as an example, in the last 7 days, because I've been streaming this and not Dwarf Fortress, I've made about 40% less than I did last week. I'm getting a phone call from my doctor's office. I'm going to pause the game, and I will be right back. Confirming an eye doctor's appointment. Uh-oh. Did I not pause? Oh, I did. It's just weird that we all need money so much when it's completely imaginary. I don't... Uh-oh. I kind of screwed up. I should have refueled. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Because I can just shut the power off. And I should have enough power to get back. Should. Where was that ship I was at previously? Because the reason I think I should be fine is this rotates this way, so it'll probably be closer to me by the time we're done. Question is, where did he go? It's that, isn't it? It's honestly more so power that's the concern. Isn't there another dot near you? They're scanning me for Shemshing. There it is. But yeah, I don't know why I feel the need to make excuses as to why I'm working for Kit Fox, but that's why I'm doing it, really. It makes me feel less need to put pressure on you guys to keep the channel funded. Although, like, every year since Dwarf Fortress has come out, being serious for a second, I have made less money than the year before. 5 minutes. This is, or every year since Dwarf Fortress has come out, I've made more money since the year before. This will probably be the first year I make less, unless something wild happens in the next 3 months. Not by a huge margin, maybe like 8%, but it'll bump me down a tax bracket. Oh, I got knocked out. I should have sat back down. I wonder what I hit. Oh, I straight up bounced off the ship that I was flying to. Well, that's funny. I'm in shock. Blacked out. You know, it was fine. It's okay. Oh, I dropped my bag. That's what's going on here. Equip. There we go. Let's turn that off. Oh, I just really need to sleep. How the heck did that happen? I think that there's a bed on the race condition. So maybe what I can do is grab that bed and then sleep in my airlock with the power off and my helmet on. I think that's what I'm going to do. All right, let's nope, not to you. I don't know what EVA battery means. Oh, my suit battery? Yeah, it's fine. It's at 100%. No, it's because I crashed into the ship that I'm working on right now. Was the issue. I shouldn't be try to be sneaky and speed up time is my lesson here. Which is definitely what I was trying to do. All right, there we go. But yeah, I don't know. I guess at the end of the day, if you're watching right now, you like this stream, consider subscribing to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL, because it does actually help keep this channel funded. There's the bed. Uninstall. Why does it take so long to uninstall a bed? Maybe it's like a 15-foot tall mattress. Pick up. It'll fit there, I think. Close. Toggle power off. And install. Oh. Well, that's awkward. Here I was like, it'll fit. It'll fit. Don't worry, it'll totally fit. Doesn't fit. Buffalo Pegasus, thank you very much for the lovely little 5-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. I'm just going to go open this. Pry it open. This is fine, right? Hang on a second. Why is your charge 0% even though I definitely have a battery in here that works? Am I misreading this? Like, is this thing destroyed or something? I'm confused. Is that what the issue is? Okay, well then I need to get back inside then. Come on. Repair. Oh, great. Now I'm just walking outside. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to fly back. That's what I'm going to go do. Let's just fly back. Let's just fly back. That's what I need to do. I just need to get off this. This is bad. Hey, chat, can I get a big round of beers for the 5-pack of gift subs? We have one rule here, and I know that some of you are less frequent viewers because you're here for this game. But if you are watching the stream at the minute, you have one job, and that's post beers. So why am I suffocating from hypoxia? I guess it's got to be because of the... Yeah, I guess I just die now, hey? Let's see if I can repair this suit. Yep. You go limp, you are sleeping. Nope, still non-functional. You're fighting with a sandwich. Did you win? I think that's it, chat. I think we die. Actually, I think we go back to a save, but... Yep. So far, it's a draw. Well, I wish you best of luck in this endeavor. Let's reload a save. About to crash? No, that was literally like me sitting next to the ship that I just undocked from. Anyways, press F if you want to be respects. Was this before or after I crashed into the thing? Let's see. You should have taken the helmet off? What would that have changed? There wasn't enough oxygen in the ship. MJ? Just in time to watch me die? Perfect timing. Tank. Perfect timing. If you want to see me die again, you could subscribe to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL. We're only $30 away from the daily minimum here on Twitch, which means I make minimum wage if I stream for 8 hours. All right, was this before or after I smashed my face into the fucking... Before. Okay, so that's good. Where the hell am I then? Yeah, that's fine. There it is. Okay, so let's not try to be cute this time. So what happened was I flew my ship directly into this. Getting close, Crows and Colossus. Thank you very much for the 5-pack. You're very kind, dude. I flew straight into that ship and smashed my suit into it, which destroyed my suit. YouTube chat's telling me I should have taken the helmet off. I'm not actually sure what that would have done, because I would have asphyxiated inside of my ship.
Can I sub more than once? Cryptnom.
Not more than once a month. I mean, actually, technically, you could subscribe to my account, you could subscribe to my bot's account, and you could subscribe on my blog. And I also have a Patreon, which is like my blog, but less financially efficient. Thank you very much, though, for the 4th month. There is one mad lad who I don't even know if he watches my stream anymore, who has been subscribed since day one at the highest possible tier on this account on Twitch, the highest possible tier on YouTube, and the highest possible tier on Patreon. And he pops in like once every 3 months and refreshes his sub and then is like, see ya. I'm not totally sure why he does it, but I thank him for his efforts. I'm just going to speed up time. The UI said that you had normal O2 levels in the ship. Did it? It didn't look normal to me. It looked like a fifth of normal, but maybe I was misreading it. Oh well, it's fine. Now I don't have a damaged suit, so I call that a win. 30 kilometers.
I tend to do via the blog plus here when I'm flush.
Appreciate you, man. I mean, the blog is the most efficient way, although I kind of lament the fact that I've completely fallen off with writing on the blog purely because, like, depression. Like, I got pretty depressed and then I fell out of the habit. I need to get back into it. I need to figure out stuff that I could write about that isn't just, like, bitching, because it's very easy to bitch about the world right now. And I didn't want to just be, like, sending you guys me venting once a month. Or once a week, rather. Which is kind of all it turned into for a while. Although, that being said, there will be a preview of the next video coming out soon. I'm actually just going to pause for a second. Just going to pause again. Because there's an ad break running. I'm going to dock successfully this time. And thank you very much to the 135 of you still watching here on Twitch. We are effectively at about 60%, if not 50%, our normal viewership while playing this game. Oh, no, it's fine, Trigon. Honestly, when I have view counts as low as I do when I'm not playing Dwarf Fortress, I beg you to talk about anything. Except for maybe, like, the overwhelmingly negative, sad stuff. I primarily stream on Twitch. I would be broke. I would not be able to afford my bills if I didn't stream on Twitch. Nuke main. Twitch is the majority of my income most of the time, except for maybe 1 or 2 months a year where a video does really well, and then YouTube is the majority of my income. Like, there's 50 people watching on YouTube right now, which is about half of normal, and there's 130 people on Twitch right now, which is about, like, 60% of normal. Maybe a little higher than, like, 60 to 80% of normal. Like, normally we have, like, going below 160 concurrent viewers is, like, means it's a slow day on Twitch. As long as it wasn't you, Truegon. That sucks, man. How much further do we have to go? 12 kilometers. Take 2 minutes at this speed. Let's speed up. In the spirit of talking about anything, you've been working in Belfast this week. I've always wanted to just visit anywhere on that island. Could I get a couple more beers for Cross and Colossus, by the way, chat? Who did, in fact, gift 5 subs and resubscribed for 13 months. And there's been 1, 2, 3 people posting beers. That is so criminally low, I feel like I should just, like, protest and end stream. Because you have to post beers when resubs go through. Can we get some beers? Or are you going to make the streamer protest by crashing into the ship again? You just got here. You're exempt, Blue. You are exempt, but please still post beers. I'm streaming Variety, which means I have to bug chat to do the hype thing. You'll post your own beer with blackjack and hookers. Wouldn't that be like using a different emote then? Like, for that joke to make sense. Having cheers with beers is better than having tears for fears. Although tears for fears does kind of rock sometimes, though. Cutting sausage and sliced and decided to snatch one for yourself. Quick grab, and I chomped it. Another coworker returned cursing like a sailor, and I snorted so hard that the bit sent the sausage under gravity to find. They're going to tell me up. I went up your left nostril. Oh, geez. That's kind of wild. I clicked the wrong button. The only, like, kitchen-related medical injury I ever had was I saw somebody hit the wrong button and close a pressure stove on their upper arms. Thankfully, it wasn't me, but he was out of work for, it was like 6 weeks with massive burns on his arms. From expired watermelon. Food poisoning sucks, Blue. My condolences, man. That's very close. Never booted it up? Well, I mean, it leaves early access on the 3rd, so maybe the 3rd is when you should boot it up. Yeah, man. Come on, me. I just heard my neighbor sneeze. You know that you live in a good apartment when it comes to like the seal on the apartment, because the only time I ever hear my neighbors is when my neighbor sneezes. It's like sometimes I just hear achoo coming through the wall very vaguely off in the distance. Yeah, no, that the whole lettuce thing is scary, man. You're drinking a chill rosé wine. Well, that's one of the most French things I've read all day, so hello from Canada. I don't get to drink until tomorrow. I try not to drink on work nights. Your body isn't very efficient at removing food poisoning? Are you still in the thick of it, Blue? Stay hydrated. If I got food poisoning, it would likely put me in the hospital. I don't know what those words are in that order, so it scares me a little bit. Yeah, so like the oxygen in this was only like 1/4 of what it was supposed to be when I died. So I don't know. I mean, it might have kept me alive a little longer, but I should just go shut the power off real quick. I mean, the lettuce that you would eat to get that disease probably ain't that healthy. Let's just uninstall this one because it's right there. And I have access to it. Huh. What then? Why does it have such a funny sounding name? Tarion. Here, I'll give you guys a palate cleanser, if you will. It's totally fine, the unpleasant topics. Here's a palate cleanser. Here is the palate cleanser. I sketched this last night. It's a straw man argument. Hey, mental breakdance. Hope you're doing well. So hopefully that helps. I got you. You're welcome. Means curved bacterium? Curved bacterium is my new grindcore band, but yeah, I'm sure that was not pleasant. Glad you made it through it. Straw Man next to Animal Man to be added to DF. I don't know, man. You had one of those last night. A bunch of trees fell down. Oh, really? I'm kind of happy. There is a tree that is like right across my driveway that last winter was like bending like this. And I asked one of my neighbors about it, and he goes, "Oh, I've lived in this building for 10 years, and we've had significantly heavier winds than that, and that tree's fine." I'm like, okay, but didn't look fine. Certainly didn't look fine. Oh. For some reason, I already forgot that I put another cargo pod there. Already. I think I need my memory checked. Kind of surprised me. It's boomerang shaped. That's why it makes food come back up. Oh boy. I guess don't eat the boomerang candy then. So I thought about like adding to that little sketch and put like name tags on them and write metal and then cardboard and then plastic or plastic, either or. But I was like, nah, I don't need to overcomplicate the visual gag. I drew that at like 11:30 last night. I was just like, I got this dumb idea. I should draw it. Kind of actually looking at it now reminds me a little bit of Aqua Teen. This wreck is cash. I know, right, Silverseth? That's why I got so excited to get back over here. I flew here before I remembered I needed to refuel. It's okay. I can just grab 4 of these in peace. Because it's like, if I repair these, probably 60,000 per, or like 80,000 per haul. Ish. Oh, those are frames. Oh, interesting. Making dumb jokes for yourself that you'll forget about? I spell check, actually. Trigon. You can have crew, but it's more of a really weird RPG. Like, chat, please tell me if I'm wrong. This is closer to Kenshi than like a colony sim. But some people call Kenshi a colony sim, and I look at them like they're crazy, so. Actually, you know what? Cancel. Let's just run to the back here. It's a sandbox, and like you can have crew. That's one of the things you can do, but like there's a lot more to it than just that. I think there's lasers over here. Yeah, these guys. Actually, no, I'm gonna uninstall you because I could probably fit you in the ship. But it's certainly not primarily a colony builder. Like you can have crew that operate independently of yourself, and like there is this roster thing where like you can tell people to do work and shit, but like that it's not a requirement primarily. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I could just fit this in the ship. And then we'll leave. This is a small haul because I forgot to refuel because I'm smart. Dwarf Fortress. Can I interest you in it? Blue 11. Jokes aside, probably if you haven't played it, Goblin. It's not Goblin Lot. What did they name? What did they rename that friggin' game? Goblin Camp. That's pretty great. If you want something that not many people have played. Yeah, weird, right? I swear that like I just recommend Dwarf Fortress because I genuinely enjoy it. Says like same thing that YouTubers say when they're just like, I would never take a sponsorship from a product that I don't actually use myself and truly endorse. Definitely. Shush. Okay, so I just need to kind of drift north a little ways. I think actually if I just fly quickly, I've got plenty of time. Yeah, I got plenty of time. Just need to fly quickly. I mean, Dwarf Fortress, in my opinion, is like peak. It is the best of the genre. So, the thing about colony sims is there really isn't a lot of them. You know, like they're kind of very quickly they just become city builders. And so if you want a city builder, like go play a city builder. If you want a colony sim, go play a colony sim. But there really isn't a lot of colony sims that are small and niche that are super interesting, that are any easier to get into than Dwarf Fortress, really. So, like, I would say, like, if you've played enough Dwarf Fortress that you're waiting for a patch, then yeah, there's other games that you could check out that maybe scratch a similar itch, but, like, you know, like, there's Songs of Six, but, like, that's not a colony sim, that's a city builder. So I don't really know, like, how to actually help or advise on that there. Current speed is 750. Double the speed a little bit. I'm just gonna go until I hit about here in height and whip back around. Congratulations, Ice Blue. I did that at the beginning of this month. Well, actually on the 14th of this month, and I was very happy. It was, I don't know, like 30 days of having more credit card money that I owe than I'm comfortable with. Slowing down, 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 slowing down. Just wait until I'm stopped and locked, and then we'll accelerate. Stop and locked. Let's go. Six minutes. There we go. Yeah, Oxygen Not Included is a neat puzzle. I'm a bad person to recommend Oxygen Not Included because I didn't enjoy playing it. Which is generally why I tend to forget that one. Which is almost why I say, like, if you want to know other good colony builders, ask chat. I know actually Timberborn is one that I would recommend. even though I don't personally find it that interesting. Okay, we're at 9 kilometers. How fast am I going? 350. Yeah, it's fine. Slowing down. 6 kilometers. 5. Up to 215. Yeah, we can just slide like this along until I'm about 3 away, and then I'll click this button. And then I can go here, hail ship, K-leg port, docking. Yeah, makes sense, Blue. I would say check out Goblin Camp. If you want a weird one that I like, that's kind of in a weird niche, I would say check out Goblin Camp. It's also pretty cheap. It's like 20 bucks. But Goblin Camp has some neat history behind it because it was also a ASCII management game. And there is also a free and open source version of it called Goblin Lot, which is ASCII. And it was a game that exists literally because the developer of that game thought that Dwarf Fortress was too complicated as a like Z levels game. So he wanted to make a game that was like felt the vibe but didn't have Z levels. And as far as systems goes, that thing has like fucking floodplains and like weird fire mechanics and wind and like plants that just kind of make no sense and some cool ass magic, and the goblins look like Smurfs because it's Finnish. So that's a pretty cool little game actually. Like if you want something that like, it's not something that you'll spend thousands of hours in probably, but it's definitely like you could easily put 60 hours into that game. It just doesn't patch very often because it's a pretty small project. All right. Let's pick you up and drag you over to here. Ellen really isn't a colony sim though. But yeah, I mean, Ellen's a weird one because YouTube chat's recommending Ellen, by the way. Ellen's a weird one because like I really hated Ilona, but I'm so happy that Ellen exists. It's one of those like, well, this does the world a lot of good. I'm glad that this stupid, crazy, nuts thing exists and that I don't have to play it. That, check, send it. You here? Let's put me helmet bookin'. Actually, no, I'm gonna go restore you. Oddrealm is another interesting one. I do have a hard time recommending Oddrealm, even though I really like it, because I personally find it harder to learn than Dwarf Fortress in some ways. But if you already know Dwarf Fortress, it's probably easier to pick up. What? What are you talking about, Spork? My helmet is totally fine. So I have no idea what you're talking about. You hope the English translation gets work done? I don't know. Sounded like what I said? No, I said Odd Realm. I'm trying to figure out what I said that would have sounded like helmet broken. And then we can go try and complete this goal. As this will get us flush with cash for a bit. Put my helmet back on. I said it in a funny voice and it sounded like helmet broken. I would have to go watch the VOD, but I'll take your word for it. I wasn't intentionally doing a voice, but it just kind of happened, I guess. If you're going to be one of those people where you say Kenshi can be a colony sim, if you play it that way, you don't understand the spirit of the question. Somebody was asking if this game is a colony sim. And I said no, but it is closer to Kenshi. Because this is not a colony sim. But you could try to play it that way, probably. Those are not the same thing. Nope. I was not doing it on purpose. Although, I just talk. And I talk for a living. Oops. What's going on up here? High-level corporate manager who asks for a meeting soon. She seems terrified. I'm sure that's good news. It's obviously my beard. $21,000. On to the next. Nope. Restore. Hello, Anander. You know, there is an interview that I did with the developer of Jupiter Hell a few years ago. The Blue 11. Who's also the developer of Jupiter Hell Classic, which is a game that I streamed a little bit of yesterday. He said that the biggest mistake you could ever make is try to make a super ambitious simulate everything game. Because nobody will ever play it, nobody will ever fund it, and you'll never finish it. The best thing that you can do is make a satisfying approximation of your dream game. So, as an example, if you're going to try and make something like apocalypse survival game that'll teach some people some real-world skills, look at something like Unreal World. Maybe don't look at something like Star Citizen. Not even Green Hell. Like, Green Hell's not a small team. This reminds you of Delta V. It's like Delta V if you could get out of your ship and punch somebody. But yeah, same vibe. Although this game doesn't have a $6 furry DLC. Or no, it's a $9 furry DLC and a $6 anime DLC. Which just replaces all the character portraits with either furries or anime. And there's like a query underneath it, which is like, why are the furries more expensive? You know why. It's very funny to me. Trying to make Dwarf Fortress is the worst thing you could possibly do. Project Zomboid feels like it's halfway to what you're describing. I kind of don't agree. Because if you're trying to teach people real-world survival skills, Project Zomboid doesn't really do that. Project Zomboid is very abstracted. Like, it's got a lot of sim to it, but I don't know. I don't think so, personally. CDDA, maybe. Well, certain forks of CDDA, yeah. Or Unreal World. I will just say this. I personally feel, just from a video game playing perspective, the second games become like that hardcore of a simulation. I don't want to play anymore. If that makes any sense. Like, I don't want to play games that do that. I don't find that fun. I kind of don't like Project Zomboid that much, so I don't really pay attention, but why? Random viewer of your stream. I like the idea of Project Zomboid, but I never... Like I've forced myself to play it with friends a couple times, but I never really find myself enjoying it that much. This I'm enjoying though. You play games to escape reality? No, it's not that. It's like here's an example. A game that does a good job actually. Here's an example of a game that does a good job simulating parts of reality to a point where it's like educational. Vintage Story. That does that in places, and I find it tedious because in a video game sense, like I don't want to go through that many steps to do the most basic thing. That being said, it's extraordinarily satisfying to complete said basic thing. You know? But it's more just I find that video games become tedious. Like when I say that I play video games to escape realism, which I actually do, it doesn't mean that I don't necessarily want my games to not be realistic. It means that I don't want to play Call of Duty Modern Warfare and have like war propaganda blasted in my face. You know, I don't want to play the police sim where you're trying to protect corrupted agents. I don't want to do that. Like that's kind of what I mean when I see, or what I think of when I hear the term, like I don't want to play. I play games to escape realism. Tygo, thank you very much for the 5-pack. We've probably hit the daily minimum. Thanks, man. I don't know what that is, Silver Seth in YouTube chat. They're talking about a Hearts of Iron mod. I'm just waiting for these ads to finish, but thank you very much for the 5-pack. And hey, yeah, you did snipe, Anander. Welcome back to the land of the beer. It's good to see you, Tygo. What you been up to, man? We're taking a break from Dwarf Fortress this week, which wasn't really planned, but Dwarf Fortress turns 20 next week, so I'll be streaming a bunch of Dwarf Fort next week. So I'm playing this because it leaves early access next week, and I've been meaning to play it around the time that it leaves early access, so. And it's been pretty chill, except for when I die of suffocation, but. I wonder how the battery on my laser's doing. 80%, good stuff. So I need to buy another O2 bottle, I think. Also, Hansen, Raza, thank you very much for the $20 in the YouTube super chat. I think that means we hit the daily minimum. Cheers, guys. I mean, there's a like preview of what's coming. Like a lot of new maps, apparently, new ship designs. The story being completable. Probably new stuff. I don't know. Quality of life stuff. There's a pretty big list of things that are coming with 1.0. So presumably, I would say that the minute-to-minute's probably going to be pretty similar, though, if I'm going to make any assumptions. Decided to give some subs in celebration of getting your PhD? Damn! How long has it been? You didn't just like leave and get a PhD, did you? Every now and again, I'll have a viewer who will be like, it's been 5 years. It's good to be back. And I'll be like, well, where have you been? Oh, I went and got I went and finished med school or something. It's like, oh, my God. I'm just going to shrivel up into a fossil. But I knew that you were in school. What is your PhD in, if I can ask? And also, congrats. So what's next? Okay, that's really funny. So someone in YouTube chat's talking about a My Little Pony mod for Hearts of Iron. It's silly as hell. World War II stuff doesn't even bug me all that much. That's like far enough into history that it doesn't bother me. It's the modern stuff that feels too real for me. It's mostly based on the fact that you genuinely have a passion for it. Yeah, true. And also that it's highly moddable. Doesn't need to be highly moddable. It depends on like the kind of moddable that you mean, but I'll put it this way. I think like there's something to be said for simulating something specific well, and then there's games that just try to simulate everything that I think have a hard time. Dwarf Fortress approximates everything, which is why I think it works. As an example, Flight Simulator. Interesting, compelling thing. But if you could get out of the plane and also had to like check in and out of work and maintain your home and drive to and from work and like maintain relationships with people in the airport and like walk through crowds, everything would just kind of fall apart. Like it's like when a truck simulator game is like, oh yeah, also in this one you can get out of the truck. It's like, no. I am the truck. Don't you dare try to personify me. I don't want that. I didn't ask for that. I am the truck. Now, shut up. It's been 2 years? Hold on, let me check. How long has it been? Was I actively making big YouTube videos the last time you were here? Okay, so that's not totally true. You did tune in February, briefly, this year. Then once in December 2025. Okay, you were here a couple times in 2025. But yeah, before that it's 2024. It's like a handful of times in 2025, and then before that 2024. It's certainly been sparse. It's good to see you though, man. I have technically played the My Little Pony mod for Dwarf Fortress, but only while also playing the Star Wars mod and the Super Mario Brothers mod. This was a long time ago. I can click on your account and see every single line of text you've ever put into my chat. It's really fucking useful, Mental Breakdance, for like moderation reasons. Oopsies. But also mods can put like notes on different accounts, which my mods don't really do that. So all of the notes on anybody's accounts are just like shit posting or like a pun or like I had blind as a wiener on mine for a bit, which was posted by one of my mods. So well, you are. I don't know. I think it's better that they expose that information and use it for something useful from the streamer's perspective instead of just like having it. Like if you're gonna save that anyways, you might as well at least like make a useful moderation feature out of it. To me, the first time around, yeah. So YouTube chat's asking me how the learning curve is on this so far. It's not too bad. There's definitely been some things that made me like smack myself on the forehead and go, what the fuck? Why did I do that? Or what the fuck? Why does this game do this that way? Like I was trying to do something and it kept on refusing to use the correct tool. And then I literally just like unpause time and let the character stand still for 10 seconds and then tried it again and it worked. Aside from stuff like that, like largely it's been fine. And like some frustration with how like the pause and play speed thing works. 'Cause sometimes it'll end up running longer than I expect it to, and that causes issues. But like realistically, like it's fine. Oh, do you want me to remove one stone? I can. You can comment on yourself. If there's a trash bin, you can delete them from yourself too. But there, I nuked it in case you can't, Stone. I have a genuine question. What do you mean that I'm not a fan of deep simulation? I'm not a fan of tedium, but I'm just picky about the types of tedium that I like. I am a huge fan of deep simulation. I only really play games that have a deep simulation, Jake the Alien. So I feel like you have completely misread everything that I've said in the last 90 minutes about video games. I am a fan of deep simulation. I like deep simulation. What brought me to Dwarf Fortress? I finished playing through Ancient Domains of Mystery, ADOM, and asked a friend on Ventrilo what game I should try next. And he said Dwarf Fortress. But I am a huge fan of deep simulation. I think that you've completely misread everything that I've talked about. I think that we all just have different preferences and things we find fun and things we don't find fun. Like, if you're going to make me manually in a first-person game pick up 15 different ingredients, run in a straight line for 90 minutes, run back from the straight line for 90 minutes, dodge around some arbitrary annoying enemies that appeared out of nowhere, pick a bunch of berries, and then go back just so that I can, like, finish making my clay mold. I don't want to do that. I don't want to manually build a car engine in my summer car. But I'm totally fine with figuring out oxygen systems in a spaceship. We're all just like, I don't ever want to mess with the like liquid and particle physics in oxygen not included, because the reward for successfully completing that puzzle isn't compelling in a way that I like. That being said, I will do things that are significantly more complicated in Dwarf Fortress because I find that the reward for success in Dwarf Fortress to be more satisfying. I like game A. I don't like game B, but I like game A because it's deep in different ways. It's a different kind of feel to the jank. Yeah, you could put it that way. I mean, like, I think that we all like certain kinds of gameplay. I don't like Factorio. I think Factorio is insufferable. I think that playing a game that is a series of production lines so that you can go to a bunch of slightly bigger production lines so you can go to a bunch of slightly bigger production lines sucks. I do not enjoy it. I don't want to do it. There is nothing about that is fun, interesting, entertaining, or valuable feeling to me. It sucks. But like, I like Songs of Six. I like a lot of City Builders. I like Anno. And those are also production games. It's just presented completely differently. Like, I like logic puzzle games, but I don't like the Zachtronics games. You know, it's like saying, I like first-person shooters. I play a lot of first-person shooters. Specifically, Halo and Tribes. For the one person who knows what Tribes is in the chat. But I can't stand Medal of Honor, do not like Call of Duty, fucking hate Battlefield. I'm sorry, what's Arma? That's not a real video game. Just quit making shit up. Like that kind of person. And also, that kind of was me. I wasn't the big Call of Duty guy, but I loved Halo back in the day. I mean, the best thing about Factorio, Silversats, the jokes aside, who says the best thing about Factorio is the trains of artillery cars. I like looking at Factorio. So I actually, like, there's a couple Factorio streamers that I lurk in from time to time. Zero interest to ever actually do it myself. And, you know, there's certainly people who feel that way about Dwarf Fortress, because there's people who watch me who openly state that they'll never play that game. I've lost count of the number of comments I've gotten on YouTube videos that I've made where it's just like, this is awesome to watch. I have no interest in playing it. Too much of an environmentalist, it's just not funny. Fair enough, yeah. I think it's also why there's like every single different flavor of like simulation game when it comes to business management games. You know, you've got everything from like Pizza Tycoon, which is kind of like a mafia boss sim, all the way down to like Sim City or like Sim Zoo or even Planet Coaster. They're all like, if you actually look at what you're doing in the minute to minute, they're all very similar games. Like in the idea of what the goal of like the outcome goal is, but they fill different needs and niches because whether it's just the the sim being slightly different or the theming being slightly different, it feels different enough to different people that it's, there's variety there, which is cool. I need to go buy another AirPod, I think. I played a good chunk of Cities Skylines. I don't think I ever need to play Cities Skylines again. I never actually thought that Cities Skylines was a particularly good city builder, though. I'm really happy that Cities Skylines exists. Existed. Exists? Came out when it did is maybe the better way of putting this. 21,000? Noish. But at the same time, like, I have no real desire to go back to it. I did actually play Tribes Ascend. Not a ton of it, but... I think, like, when it comes to colony builders for me, since we're talking about depth, I like games that prioritize personality and character building and narrative when it comes to colony builders over mechanics. So the reason, like, I bounce off of Oxygen Not Included, it's a lot of mechanics. It's not a lot of personality and character. I don't think that's wrong. I think that's, like, a totally fine way to make a game like that. I just don't... I'm not compelled to keep playing it because I have no emotional attachment to anything that I'm doing. I don't have... Whereas when I play Dwarf Fortress, I have a lot of emotional attachment with the thing that I'm building if I'm doing a good job playing a fort, because of the character building. Like, one of the biggest disappointments I had actually when Oxygen Not Included released initially was that, it just wasn't trying to have more personality. And that, like, almost immediately bummed me out. Okay, I'm gonna take my helmet off. Go over here. So I like complex simulation games. I don't like every complex simulation game. I feel like this is the most over-explaining I've ever done for a misunderstood statement in a while. Okay. But I like mechanics and stuff. If it's a game that's less driven by story, I do genuinely find myself usually gravitating more towards games with shorter play sessions. Is my permit still good? Let's see, I think it is. Yep, got most of the day left. Let's go buy another O2. Mutagenics makes me want to throw up. So yes, I've seen Mutagenics. I think I'm good, dude. There's something about Edmund McMullen's art. It's really, really, really well realized. But it does make me feel sick looking at it. Like I remember playing Binding of Isaac Rebirth when that came out and getting kind of sad because I was just like, the only way I can play this game is if I literally turn off all of the audio. Otherwise, I feel kind of sick. And that's unfortunately kind of how I feel about the Binding of Isaac as well. So, yeah, I don't know, man. Okay, let's pick that up. And let's actually just go up to you. Okay, so that one is running low. That one has significantly more, so I'll just carry both. I've never enjoyed playing a Paradox game in my life, but I would argue with myself that that's probably got something to do with the fact that I've never given them enough time to find out if I would enjoy them. That being said, there's another wrinkle to my taste in games, which is I play video games for a living. And the primary type of game that I play for a living is games that I stream. And the issue with the games that I play for a living being these kinds of deep sims is if I don't enjoy streaming it, I'm not going to play it. And there are a lot of games that I'm sure will be mentioned in the next 90 seconds that chat will be like, would you play this? Or have you thought about playing this? Or what do you think of this? And my answer is just going to be like, I just wouldn't stream it. And that's part of the reason I don't play Mugenics. It's part of the reason I don't play Paradox games. It's part of the reason I don't, or most of the reason why I don't, from Port to Old Emporium. Yep, we can do that. It is the reason I don't play a lot of games. If I don't think I would enjoy streaming them, or I haven't enjoyed streaming similar games, I'm just not gonna bother, because I would rather play something that I enjoy streaming. Oh, this is like a tough one for me. So I've streamed Bannerlord. Nobody likes watching me play Bannerlord. Like, how many people are watching me play this right now? Hold on, let me just refresh the thing. Okay, right now we have 138. The last time I played Bannerlord, I had an average of 96 viewers over the entire stream. Like, this is pretty bad. Oh, fucking, I would rather quit streaming than have to play trash like 7 Days to Die. Fuck that. That's garbage. Get some class, man. Yuck. Yuck, yuck, yuck. I've streamed Minecraft, but that was because I got paid to do it. Because I was like, wait, what? You want to pay me how much to play Minecraft for an hour? And that was like through Twitch. And I was like, oh, you know what? I can't say no. Go investigate a death. Why don't we go investigate a death? Actually, hold on. What? Hold on. Internal affairs. I need to go from law enforcement. I don't know where you are. Sure, but the thing that you need to remember is Spork of Death is this is my full-time job. I don't know what any of the other streamers you watch's financial situation is. This is my full-time job. And because this is my full-time job, it takes me too long to see this. Not found on current ship. I don't really want to go out of my way to figure out where these people are. I'm gonna go find you though. This is my full-time job, and streaming to a smaller number of people is like taking a pay cut. And if my living costs were lower, I would be more experimental, but they're not. And that's my own doing. It's just the reality. Did a cat walk across your keyboard, Grey Armor? Looks like it. And sometimes it's just like I find like the general attitude of the community of that game to be unpleasant, and that will stop me from playing a game. Yeah, one of the reasons I don't stream Paradox games, and the reason I haven't enjoyed playing them in the past, is because I find the community for Paradox games to be a very love-hate community, and I find that to be unfun. Well, this is a new screen for me. Never seen this before. I'm assuming that's in the PDA somewhere. It's one of those games where you just need to be willing to put the time in. If you're not willing to put the time in, that doesn't make you dumb. It just makes you busy. Aurora is also not a good video game. Like, I'm going to be critical here for a second. Aurora is a fascinating project. It's really cool that it exists. It's not a good video game. Because it is violently oppressive and unpleasant to play. And the developer doesn't care, making it a bad video game. But if you're willing to get past its faults, there's a really cool thing to fuck around with there. I'm gonna go investigate a death. It's on the Mesmer machine. I've streamed first-person shooters, because every now and again a first-person shooter appeals to me, but I don't stream first-person shooters because I just don't like many first-person shooters. Mesmer machine. Where is the Mesmer machine? 800 kilometers. $827, that's $825. That's it. Oh, I need to go buy power. I mean, that's kind of Dwarf Fortress 2. In a degree, to a degree, or it was Dwarf Fortress to a degree. The thing is, like, Aurora doesn't have any regard for its audience because that is a project that only exists publicly because a friend of him asked him to. Friend of his asked him to. Like, it's just somebody's personal art project, you know, and like that's cool. It's cool that that exists, but I don't really want to play that. Oopsies, that's not where I want to be. Back. Main menu. Hail ship. Here. Request undocking. I would say it's worth watching a couple videos about. Like, Mandalore Gaming's video on Aurora is kind of fascinating. But it really isn't a video game, per se. It's a piece of software that does something interesting. That might be worth looking at. Let's pass out. Let's go! Punch it! Now let's bring that down so I don't die. Stop us from spinning, and 24 minutes. No, absolutely, Soapgoat. But the smaller and smaller and smaller the number of people that your game appeals to, the less likely I am to play it. Like, I'm totally cool with playing games that appeal to a very small number of people. Exhibit A. I don't want to play a game that appeals to a dozen people. Why do you keep asking if I've done the thing that I definitely checked to see if I needed to pay off? Like, yeah, absolutely. I'm paying for everything. And yes, prox alarm is off because there's nothing that I'm going to hit. Will this be uploaded to YouTube? On the VOD channel, yes. Disc Boy. Which is youtube.com/blindextras. But all the live stream VODs are hidden on the main YouTube channel in a playlist because all the VODs are just unlisted. I play games that I like, but it's easier for me to get into games if they do well for me and don't require me to take a pay cut or hurt me financially. So I have more asterisks on whether or not I like a game than I think normal people do. Like, as an example, I fucking love Tetris. Never going to stream Tetris because Tetris is a very difficult game to stream even for people who are good at Tetris. But I love Tetris. I will never stream Tetris. Yes, I have. Random viewer. Very unlikely, Stormwolf. Unless, like, they have deleted the game and made a different game, it's probably not going to happen. Like, what is new in that game that completely changes the gameplay loop? And no, adding NPCs is not going to do it. Did they completely change how skills work? Did they completely change, like, the minute-to-minute gameplay of it? Why? I actually don't mind the melee combat. Video on demand. If the question is this going to be edited into a movie on the main channel that's like an hour long? Probably not. Maybe? I'm not going to say no, but probably not. If you're asking, are the VODs going to exist? The video on demand, just like a raw cut of the live stream? That will go on to youtube.com/blindextras, which is my video on demand channel for just recordings of streams. But if you're asking, will this be edited down into a 1-hour video? Maybe, probably not. Probably not this playthrough anyway. I find very little about the actual progression of Project Zomboid to be engaging. Like, Project Zomboid is a weird game for me because I find Project Zomboid is really fun until you start to get good at Project Zomboid. The second you start to get good at Project Zomboid and learn what you're doing in Project Zomboid, almost all of my interest in Project Zomboid went away. Like, I have like 70 hours almost in Project Zomboid, and like The first 30, while I was learning and had no idea what I was doing and was spending most of my time sprinting, running, jumping through windows, breaking glass, like trying to avoid things, dying repeatedly, breaking into cars, accidentally setting off car alarms. That shit's fun. But like being good at Project Zomboid is like kind of what you said, like just now in chat. It's or what Jake the Alien said is like it's finding the right VHS tape or setting the channel to the right time at the right time of day and then staring at a screen and hitting fast forward. I mean, I don't mind that part of it, Haig. I don't want to. I don't like the way the skill progression in that game works. And like, I gather that it's like similar to this, but there's enough variety in a game like this, minute to minute, of what I'm doing with my character that makes it a lot more engaging to me. At least at the moment. If you just want to watch VODs right now, go to the main channel and go to playlists and find the playlist called VOD Archive. Otherwise, or live stream archive. Otherwise, the live stream recordings will be going up on my second YouTube channel probably sometime early next week. I need to make thumbnails though, which doesn't take that long. It's just a matter of doing it. And I usually do that on Mondays. 70 kilometers away. I don't even know what Floodland is. If I wanted to play Floodland, I would just move to Chilliwack. It's a very specifically local reference. So this ship was moving around earlier. It's kind of interesting. And also the person I'm investigating who died on this ship, I've seen them walking around before, which is also interesting. So out of curiosity, what the heck is even in build 42 of Project Zomboid Stormwolf? Because like I'm kind of spending all of my ability to do variety and take a pay cut this week. And then I will likely just be on Dwarf Fortress for the next 2 months after this. Animals? Okay, so like, so does that mean you can get murdered by a zombie cow? That's kind of funny. That might be fun for 3 hours, but. I mean, if you like spray your husband with too much water, you have to leave him out to dry. That makes some sense, soap coat. He must be an animal, I guess. Not sure if animals can zombify. Send it back. Worst game. Yeah, I don't know. I don't hate Project Zomboid. It's just kind of boring. You'll be punishing yourself with a constant frustration for many hours. I enjoy it. Kind of a lot of things are leaving 1.0 in the next little bit, for those of you who want to hear that. All right, hail ship. Give me a dock permission. No, I don't disagree, Jake the Alien. Like, I feel like I talked about this yesterday, and I also swear I talked about this the day before. It must just be because of, like, new update for Project Zomboid. But Project Zomboid is a game that I really like playing for, like, 4 hours. But I don't want to play Project Zomboid alone, because I find that very boring. And I don't like playing it with people that are good at it and want to play the game the way it's intended to be played. The way I want to play Project Zomboid is everybody starts with a fucking broken character. You spend about 90 minutes, like, training a few skills, maybe. Oops, that came in a little hot. Training a few skills, maybe. And then drop everything that you're doing. Grab the nearest weapon. Everybody gets into the same car, and you run as fast or drive as fast as possible while hopefully crashing at some point without dying. Into the biggest crowd of zombies you can find and see how long it takes to die. Like, I want to play it like a 90-minute zombie movie. I don't want to play a long campaign. That is the only way I ever want to play that game. Let's grab that PDA. Envy Fitness. For a dead body? The hell, man? Determining cause of death. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Random viewer. Holy shit, Cervix the Moist, actually, you might be one of the first people that correctly identified that that game isn't a roguelike. That's crazy. Nice to see it. You have no idea how much I appreciate that, for whatever that's worth. You take note of the likely... Excuse me. You take note of the likely cause of their death. Examine dead body. I don't know why I'm doing the double examination. I don't need to. You examine the body to get a better idea of what happened. Such a grisly work is recommended. Oh, washing up after such grisly work is recommended. I consider this person now an acquaintance. That's kind of fucked up. This young adult male corpse was known as Zachary Dante. Oh, this person was actually somebody that I knew. He is now definitely dead. He has suffered a severe brain trauma. Wild. Just gonna spend a minute here going through stuff. I have his PDA too. Blister seal. Hold patch. Nothing's in the toolbox. Don't know how much more of this is worth exploring. Let's just go back and grab a crowbar real quick. And you want to know a spoiler, fried onions? I fucking hate The Sims. Guess I need to repair it so that I can pry it, so we'll just uninstall it then. Can actually do that pretty quick. Just gonna uninstall you. Zombie Giant Sponge, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders and Zombie. If you want to watch Dwarf Fortress stuff in the old school ASCII style, this whole sponge might be your person. Chat, can I get a big round of beers? Welcome as a welcome for the Raiders. Appreciate you. Please don't drown them. Actually, please drown them is what I should be saying, because it's getting chat to post beers today has been a struggle. Now let's see. Has anyone seen the new Spider-Man movie? I didn't even know there was a new one, so not me. I did see the Backrooms and thought it was fun. That's the most recent movie I've watched that's recent. Actually, hold up. I'm just gonna grab you. Move all these over here, move all these over here. But what were you up to today, Zombie? How was things? How was game? I assume you were dwarfing and forting, but people assume that about me and are not always correct. I kind of thought Backrooms would be scarier, but it wasn't. Oh, that's just a wall. I was really hoping that there would be another airlock here. Got time to kill in the mall Saturday and thought you should visit the cinema? Quick, chat, recommend a movie that's recent. Now, kind of disappointed by all the stuff that's back here. Oop. Oop. Those are all just bulkheads. I will grab you. This is going to take a while to install, but not that long. Okay, let's... Oh, never mind. Was it uninstalling the wrong thing? Oh, I would like to see Obsession, actually. I keep getting disconnected from YouTube chat, by the way, YouTube folks. So if I missed something that you said, I'm sorry. Okay. What, Obsession? Yeah, I've heard good things, which is why it's on my list of things to watch. Yes, that is in fact what I did. I uninstalled this tank. Because it's got a lot of $ signs on it and a bunch of liquid gas in it. which this might be a crime. I'm actually not totally sure. Worth 5 monies? $5 signs, yes. In a world where Kung Pao chicken. Well, that's new. Oh! Oh. It's probably this, right? It's gotta be this. Yeah, but it's installed. Let's just try that. Maybe a tad redundant. I mean, maybe if I take all the modules out of it, or at the very least the map module out of it. I'm also venting my own systems when I'm doing this. I don't know how to do that. Do I need to repair you, maybe? Debug errors. New thing for me. All right, let's see what this does. I just wish Quasimorph wasn't a extraction game. I don't want to grind in a turn-based game like that. It's kind of for the same reason I don't like playing a lot of JRPGs. I just find them tedious. Okay, let's grab you. Undock. Let's back up. Gosh. But let's just zip around this. Yank this off. Take that off. When you're flying, yeah, when you're flying into K-Leg and suddenly you need to debug your console. No, that makes sense. I didn't even know that your console could error, so learn something new every day, hey? Speed is 300 meters a second. I'm gonna power this up to about 1,000. Stop all spin. 500 speed. I want enough money to be able to buy a ship. Subgoat. But I also kind of doubt that I'm going to be able to do that today. Which means I'm probably not going to be able to do that on the character. I've disconnected from the YouTube chat like 11 times in the last 10 minutes. This is fucking bananas. What the hell's going on? Like, it's not my internet. My internet's fine. Not dropping frames or anything, so. Let's do a higher burn. Okay. I'm going to go give myself an injection because apparently my blood sugar is high. I will be back in a second, chat. Yeah, all right. Thankfully, I haven't crashed into anything. Ain't that nifty? Only half of the Earth's population? Bunch of cowards. It's less dystopian than Marvel. I mean, the game that CS Hague is talking about is like a very cartoony. This is just my impression of the way that game looks, which might sound a little mean, but it's like if Funko Pops were the post-apocalypse, is kind of the way the pixel art in that game looks to me. Like, they've got larger-than-life funky heads, but it's also grimdark. We're not going to hit that. Granted, if I did hit that, I would die, so... Just going to pass this current ship that we're flying past, which it then panics about. It's fine. Boop. Harder burn. Kind of amazed I haven't passed out yet. Wow, that is like right next to a derelict. It's like a derelict, like right on top of it. What the hell is happening? Grimdark Funko Pops. Yeah. Not to be confused with Gears Pop. The Gears of War Funko Pops game. Look at this. There's literally a ship like right on top of it. Maybe I should just go loot that because it's like right there. I mean, it's when what will happen is the Funko Pops will try to unionize. And then when the Funko Pops unionize, then Funko will truly learn that they have fucked up. Yada yada. How many hours do you have? Actually, you're probably in an ad. Hi, CS Hog. If you're not in an ad, how many hours do you have in Quasimorph? This might be the most lore I've seen distributed into my chat about a singular video game since Dwarf Fortress. Dude, they should put a collectible miniature game in this game. Just find random, like, War Mace 10,000. 1,067. Nice. Okay. Good value. Good value. Glad you enjoy it. Really pretty pixel art in that game. YouTube folks, I keep disconnecting from the YouTube chat, so I'm not sure what's going on. Is anybody else getting things similar? Actually, it does look like people are getting errors out. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do. YouTube might just be lurker chat for today. Sorry, guys, about the instabilities. It's not on my end. It's on YouTube's end, so clear the alarm and it immediately errors again. That's funny. About how Facebook is optimistic and believes people. You know what? Yeah. Dude, there's some crazy shit going on with Facebook in Canada at the minute. We have a law that's really dumb that they shouldn't pass, and Facebook is even saying it's a bad law, which is crazy! I find that game so unpleasant that, like, I can't get into any bit of it except for the fact that it looks pretty. But I'll believe it, I guess. I'll take your word for it, is what I should say. Feel free to distribute into the chat if you can do it before YouTube disconnects again. Waffles. Bill C22. Sup, goat. It's the right to information, essentially. It's like, you know, GDPR in Europe. It's the opposite, basically. So like GDP, the idea of GDPR is like you have the right to your data privacy and the right to delete your data and have your data kept safe, basically. It would enforce businesses that operate within Canada to store 1 year of metadata for everybody that utilizes their online presence. It's like bonkers. It might be worth looking into if you want to, like, tear your hair out. It hasn't passed yet, and it's the first time I've emailed a constituent about a law in Canada in maybe 10 years. It's been a long time. A disgraced psychologist lied about to launch his internet celebrity career? Oh, yeah. Yeah, well. Celebrity is one word to use. Oops. Something can be funny, but also cool. Both things can be true, Spork of Death. I also find it quite funny, but, yeah. As an example, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. That's not where I thought you were going to go with this, Waffles. So you keep hearing fire in the hold alarms. That's amusing. Basically what Waffles in YouTube chat is saying is for Ramadan they used to charter flights to take goats from Africa to Saudi Arabia. I assume that's what you mean, and not something awful. Anyway, from Africa to Saudi Arabia, and as you know, there are ways to take live cargo, such as cattle and horses, and these are all these are like old. Yeah, you've been able to transport like livestock on flights for a while. Turns out that's not so much for goats. And when they do that, when they take a shit, it has a lot of ammonia, so you keep hearing the fire in the hold alarms. So it sets off the fire alarms, which is really funny, actually. Wouldn't you get like methane problems with cattle? Sort of like how the ferries that I take to and from the mainland to here set off the every single car alarm, basically, because they think there's like they're getting robbed because they think there's somebody hitting the car. And it's always like, with the person with the BMW that's black with the V632WY license plate, please go down and turn off your alarm, thank you. With the person with the black BMW, please, your alarm is still going off. If you would like a user manual which explains how to deactivate your alarm, you could probably find it in your car. If you don't have one, we can provide one for you. Just constantly, the entire way. It's always BMWs. Always fucking BMWs. That does not feel like a platinum tier payout. Because I also dismantled like a quarter of the ship. Maybe I'm just getting more efficient at this. Oh, actually, no, I do need one of those batteries. True, Dwarf Fortress is hysterical, yes. I will support that message. Yikes. Spork of death. I don't want to listen, and I ain't your bucko. Although he seems like small potatoes these days compared to some of the psychos on the planet. I'm kind of annoyed at Dwarf Fortress at the moment. Why? What'd it do to you? Oops. That's not what I want to do. I want to restore. Oh no, I need to pay several thousand dollary dues. Can grab onto better than a sheer wall. Vertical bars. I read that as a skill issue. Tried to build a really cool, looking fort in an iron forge, but you're struggling to fend off a siege. You tried save scumming, but the siege is imminent and it's a really strong demon commander. I mean, if they can't get into your fortress, you could just lock the door. Alternatively, you could disable their ability to dig, etc. in the difficulty options, like all of the new siege stuff that was added not super long ago. Disable all of that, and then just wait them out. They'll leave after like a year. Soapgoat. There's also nothing wrong with just like turning off sieges. Well, you should have been here yesterday and the day before, little beggar, because today's probably the last day of it. I can't afford to do this too frequently. I'm going to set this to 8 times speed and go open a window because the sun decided to just come out in full force, and now it's getting warm in here. There we go. But it's good to see you, little beggar. But yeah, the other thing that you could do is just turn off sieges. Like you can, if you just go to the difficulty options, turn off sieges and then just wait for that siege to pass and then turn it back on. Or turn off sieges and then immediately send a bunch of messengers until the war with the goblins stops, because the messengers will train up. And you can just go make peace, broker peace, broker peace, broker peace, broker peace until they finally accept it. And then re-enable invaders. That's another thing you could do. But you could nerf the siege pretty drastically. I honestly, I don't think that'll make it much easier. Lava motes aren't very effective, especially because demons are lava proof. Soapgoat. I would say just build bolt throwers. Build just like 15 bolt throwers, and like if you want to just fight it, build just as many bolt throwers as you can. As many bolt throwers as you can. Build as many of them as you possibly can, and just scatter them around your defenses. And ideally, that should stop them. Because bolt throwers are very, very, very efficient at taking out. Like even if you don't to them, what are you making your bolts out of? Just make bone bolts, wood bolts, like 40 craft store shops, and hack down a bunch of trees and just make wood bolts, bone bolts out of anything that you've butchered. They won't kill the things that they're shooting, but they'll bruise, injure, and cause them to drop their gear. And then your dwarves can get in there and fight hand-to-hand much more effectively. So, I don't think this is a word, but I'm going to make it up right now, Abe. To me, Quasimorph is a grimstick comedy game. Like, it's like slapstick comedy, but like, if it was a psychological horror game. It's like slapstick comedy, psychological horror. It's like the first time you start stamping on a corpse in Dead Space and you realize that the animations are funny. But if everybody had big head mode. I mean, murder is legal in Goblin Society and Dwarf Fortress. Also, that seems like just a certain kind of cyberpunk trope of just like killing is somebody's pastime kind of thing. Okay, we're gonna sell you. Gonna sell you. You. Not bad. Let's take that off. Go over to this. Put the other battery in there. One of them's 90% done. That's good. Let's just see if there's any local gigs I can do around here while that charges. Well, actually, here's another grimly dark satire thing that I find very funny. Starship Troopers. $2,000 to deliver something to commercial? I'll take that. But I don't know. I just have so little interest in the actual gameplay. Oh no, I need to go to commercial. I have so little interest in the actual gameplay of Quasimorph that I just don't. It's cool that it exists, but Nitrogen Omega. Doesn't sound like my cup of tea, but mechs are always cool. Reviews are such a weird metric because, like, there are games with 500 reviews that have sold 50,000 copies, and there are games with 500 reviews that have sold 1,000 copies. It's got everything to do with how activated the audience is. And actually not that much to do with how much it's sold. Got 12 days to finish this mission. Seeking information on the whereabouts is on core government offices. What the hell is core government offices? A CRPG set in the MechWarrior universe? Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what BattleTech was, right? Like, BattleTech was a CRPG sort of with, like tactics gameplay. But the structure of it was pretty RPG-like. This is where I need to go. I really like that Venus Orbital is called Vorb. So, does anybody know where the hell core government offices is? Core government offices. Like, I realize that that's probably very far away. It was actually Handelman's Foreverwhere. Oh, really? When I talk about Starship Troopers, I'm not talking about the book, for clarity here. I'm talking about the movie. And bounty missions and lots of mining? No, I'm just kind of wondering if I could get there via public transit, but it looks like I can't. Because I don't even know where that is. It's like I could get to Venus Orbital, but it's like kind of weirdly hard to figure out how to get somewhere in this game. But it's apparently 4.5 times the distance between Earth and the sun. Uh-huh. So, like, a 15-minute walk is what you're saying. I'm just looking at all these higher paying things and going, man, there's 8 days to finish that. Like, locate Khan on Panman. Which is like, I don't even know, man. So things will eventually get closer. That's such a weird part about this game, but that would take like literally years of time though. I guess like that's why you go back into the character creator, right? And let time pass. Oh, that's like right here. Like that is really close. Let's just go do that. It's literally right here. I'll take the full one. No. Don't dismantle that. Or graffiti it. Grab power, grab fuel. No, that was a honeypot goal. It wasn't specifically to develop a romantic relationship with her. And also that, was that on this ship? Seeking services of private investor who confessed the reported death of Tanner Hurley was the subject of that. Nuclear terrapin right there. No, nuclear terrapin was just right next door to this ship. It's literally like right here. Like that's so friggin' close. Salvaged a nav console from the tutorial. The shops do not want it for some reason. You're probably using the wrong shop. Try selling it to the We Buy Crap one. Kind of amazed my proximity alarm isn't going off. Oh, I didn't even think about the bad condition part. Something you could do is if you right click on it and click inventory, you might be able to take the individual pieces out of it and sell those. Or alternatively, I think there's a little drop down arrow next to it and they might be willing to buy the parts inside of them if they're in better condition. Let's just get up to 600 meters a second, and then just float. Maybe 650. Throw it in the trash. Just sell it to the We Buy Crap place. Is where you should sell it. They'll pay something for it. They just won't pay much for it. Or I think you can dismantle and then get repair materials out of, which can be used to repair heavily broken things. Or yeah, you could also just place it at the port until you have the pieces to repair it. That's a little sketchy. Took a little bit too long to slow down. It's okay, we didn't hit it. It's fine. It would have been really funny if it auto-saved right in front of me about to hit the thing, which almost happened. Hail ship. You. Docking. Primary dock. Slowing down. Yep. Yep. Coming in for a docking. Still haven't showered after the last body I investigated. Really gonna need a shower after this one. Yeah, then I would just sell the parts outside of the outside of it, and then just like leave it nearby, and then repair it later, or just trash it. Because if you go to your inventory, there's this, and you can just grab whatever and be like, I don't know, throw that in there, and then it gives you a few seconds to get it back, so you could drag it and then just throw it in there if you just don't want to worry about it. Which honestly, probably what I would do, because they're not useless or valueless, but they're not that valuable. Holy Jesus, this is a big ship. Helium, hey? Liquid helium. It's a door. Wow, there's a bunch of bodies in here. Did you just move? This person was supposed to investigate. Examine dead body. Hold up. Let's just pause game. Examine dead body. Examine dead body. Bizarre. Yeah, it kind of looked like they were alive. Anyway. I was going to say, is there any power on this thing? Remember cheating death. What the fuck? Someone's alive, yeah. Best leave them here then. Did I not finish uninstalling that? What the hell? God damn it. I'm so confused. Did I just, like, rip the floor tile out? Maybe I did. Someone or something? Well, they're remembering cheating death, whatever they are. Well, they've got a suit on. So it's a person, I think. Ask if they're single. Calm down. Calm down and take a breath. Wild. Oh, you're going for a combat move. Well, that's fun. Okay, well, I'm just gonna walk past you and go examine this body. That's the one that the job is for. He's a pirate? Dodging. This is the move that you make when you have a broom up your ass. Whether your character appears to be terrified at the moment, why does that usually happen? It means you're about to die. Or you built a very cowardly character. He doesn't seem to be very effective at becoming a spider, although he's trying his best. Doing the stinky leg? Yeah, pretty much. He's gonna walk up to me and attack me, isn't he? Debug, fight, fear. What? He tries dodging incoming attacks, and then it auto pauses. What are you trying to fight with me? Now he's fleeing. Okay. You know the most likely cause of death for Tanner, I mean, there's a giant hole in their chest, so I have a feeling it was a stabbing wound. Is he going for my ship? No, he's not going to my ship. Big toolbox doesn't have much in it, but it is a big toolbox, so maybe I should pick it up and... carry it instead of my toolbox, but... Tanner Hurley in the investigation. An investigation victim. Draw a dong on it? I mean, I'm gonna drop it. Is there a... You can conclude your investigation. Sure. Just a pressure suit helmet. Go strip Mackenzie. Pick up her PDA. That's what I deconstructed, I guess. So where did the doofus go? I was expecting my ship to just be gone. Oh, he's outside. So, should I go after this guy or just like let him float off into space? Because he seems to just have a pressure suit on. I'm kind of surprised he's not like suffocating. Like, cough up the good stuff now. That red body has a PDA too. Yeah, I know, but I'm more worried about this guy who's alive. That guy's like this is less than 60 kilometers away from the space station because it's orbiting towards it. He's a cowardly mugger, certainly. Well, how about a 0G fight? I have a knife. I'm going to just uninstall this wall. Although maybe I should go up to like... wait, actually, no, hold on. I'm going to go grab that PDA. Pick up. I'm in an ad break at the moment, too. Whoop his ass? Yeah, well... have to do something. Cancel action. No, 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 no. It's going to take too long. He's just doing laps. I'm sure. That the game will make fun of you in Leet. Oh wait, he's back inside. Okay, so this male pirate, I'm gonna go slash him. Let's see what combat does. Let's go to minus 2.5%. First combat, slash. I'm... Tack knife ended? What does that mean? He is out of range, he's out of range. You are training to become skilled in melee combat. I guess so. Stab. Here's hoping I can run faster than he can float. Okay, so he is out of range. All right, let's stab again. It means I know that's what it means. It's just funny wording. All right, we're now floating in space, and I have a knife. I attempt to stab him. I don't know if that means I hit or not, but apparently I am winded. I'm gonna attempt to slash him. Does that work in space? I don't know. It didn't work not in space. I feel like I should be able to puncture his suit or something. I kind of wish I had a gun. I should have bought that gun. Weirder shit has happened in this game. I could also just, like, wait back the way he came in for him to come back in. I attempt to find, oh. This person's enemies is what I'm trying to do. Wait for NPC reply, and he's just running away. Cue Benny Hill music. He does seem to be pretty low on O2 though. So maybe he'll just suffocate. Up. There you go. He's out of range. I'm gonna try and stab him again. This is so silly. Because I'm floating at the exact same speed that he is. You know, if I had a full balloon, I would have defeated this guy by now. Because it would have pushed me towards him. I could just go and then just follow him. You know, somebody in chat said that combat is silly and requires running in circles a lot. And I think my response was like, I bet, or something that's like yesterday. And that guns make it way easier. I understand now why you say that. This, my friends. Glorious combat in 0G. I can grab his toes. This is like floating in slow motion after your adversary. At least it pauses whenever like a movement is done. Good news is he on ship now, so is he just gonna go jump out this side? Is there a way out? There might be. I almost think this guy was supposed to like die, but didn't manage it. Guy. It takes so long to get the stab in. Okay, well, it's 4 on the keyboard to do a stab. Maybe I should have powered this thing up and locked the door behind us. Trying to cut him off, but it's obviously working. Not. All right, I'm gonna just wait for him to come back in and see if I can ambush him. Oh, no, I'm just gonna go up there and deconstruct that. Stab. Not in range. Okay, so let's just corner him. I don't think there's a way out for him on this side. It almost looked like I hit him that time. What if I tackle him? Okay. Understood. Much faster attack, though. I'll just stand here until he comes back, and then we'll tackle him. Okay, chat, don't worry. I got this. I think. Dude, I've been smelling his toes for the last 20 minutes. Of course, I better be acquainted with him at this point. I need a round of beers for good luck. I successfully tackle him. Slash. Stab him. I'm out of range. I did success. Okay, well, at least I figured out one attack that works. Big round of beers for good luck. I'm not going to be able to complete this without at least 27 beers, chat. I mean, considering we're practically fighting underwater right now, like, I wonder if I can... Let's try and tackle him again. There's an EVA suit there? A black one? Oh, that's kind of nifty. I could offer him surrender or demand surrender. He is running away from me in fear. Not that I'll ever catch him. I demand surrender. I don't think he's surrendering. No, but I did give him a nickel. No quarters for sure. But definitely a couple nickels. Are you coming back? I'm not gonna lie, this might be some of the silliest combat I've ever witnessed, ever in a video game. The funniest fucking thing is the fact that tackle they just immediately flop, like right where they're standing. What the fuck are you doing? So this is how I learned that you could just sit in any seat. I'm just gonna go stab him. Ha! I have trained in armed melee combat over 5%. Success. He offers surrender to me. Slash him. I'm out of range. Stab him. I am out of range. Stab him. Handsome Herald glazed him. Glazed him? Grazed him. Slash. He did offer me surrender. Demand surrender. I don't think he acknowledged my surrender, chat. Fist fight underwater, you need a gun? No, absolutely. Or like a harpoon or something. I'm just going to go to this body and examine it. Because he's just being a big old baby. He's clearly not going to let me fight him, but my only real chance at maybe winning this fight here. Let's try and stab him again. My only real chance at like winning this fight is if he surrenders, I guess, but I love the fact that this entire time there's just been a pop-up there that's like, ask if single. Maybe my favorite thing about all of this nonsense. Slow down. Tackle. Poof. Stand up. Demand surrender. While he starts swimming. Walk over to him. You demanded, demand surrender ended. Did that mean he surrendered? I guess not. I can't tackle him again, so melee unarmed quick. Poof. Out of range. Stab. Well, I successfully stabbed him. He's now an enemy. I scratched him in the upper right arm with the stab, and he drops a bunch of gear and stuff. I have a feeling he's going to suddenly start losing oxygen based on all the shit that fell out of him. Slash. Stab. He demands surrender from me. I'm not going to accept your surrender. He misses me, or I miss him, rather. Slash him. He's agreeing to the surrender. Okay. So now what? He sneers at you and mutters multilingual curses in your name. I've been greeted by an enemy recently. The good news is, I am triumphant. So altruism would tank if I just kill him. Meaning would tank and self-worth would tank. Should I just try to kill him, chat? What do you think? Because I could just try to kill him. Or I could just leave him. Also, my standing with this guy went from minus 315, or went from minus 99 to minus 359. So what do you think? Thumbs up or thumbs down, chat? Kill him? I mean, allegedly he's helpless, and I'm sure he's probably going to suffocate at this point. Don't start fights where the other... I didn't start it. He walked up to me and started dodging my definitely not attacks I was throwing at him. Slash. I attempt to cut. I grazed his upper arm. Slash. Stab. Stab. Oh, he's got no... Wait. Can somebody please explain to me why I have control over him? Why do I have control over over Hancock and not me? What just happened? Yeah, I understand that I destroyed his suit. He's crew now? Huh. How do I swap back? I guess, like, he fully surrendered. Well, if he's my prisoner now, I'm gonna destroy that, walk him over here. Left click on the icon next to the heart. Where is that? Oh, this thing? No, I have no crew. What's inside of this? Did I just, like, accidentally bug a mind swap? Because what the hell? This... It's not even Friday, but we've... Chad, is it Freaky Friday for any of you? What does my roster say? Handsome Harold is an idle crew member? It's your fault, Seth. You Freaky Friday'd me. I beat him into submission so hard that we swapped brains. Well, I don't know what that is, Gooblier, so probably not. I mean, I can tell him to wander. Criticize for poor hygiene. Wow. Dude. Well, I guess I should go back to a save. I mean, here's what I'm gonna do. Oh, wait. It's no longer temporarily under coercion. Wait. So then I can just click on my character again, but there's no oxygen in here, so... So did I somehow get, like, coercion over him or something? Go pick that up. Is no longer under direct player control. Hey, scum. Well, I've taken his helmet off, so I feel like... Wait, are you trying to quiet... Did I just say stab quietly? I'm just gonna go stab him. It seems like somehow I just ended up coercing him, and I told him to take his helmet off. Grazed his lower leg with a slice. Stab. Grazed his chest. This is not a very sharp knife, is it? Now he sleeps. And then he wakes up. Stab. Stab. You know, it takes people a long time to die while in a vacuum. Pretty much. Wait, sob has ended? Who's sobbing? Am I sobbing? I'm exhausted, it seems. Well. Wait for NPC reply. I'm so confused. I'm just trying to see if I can actually kill a fool, and it doesn't seem like I can. We could reminisce about our great duels. I love the... I'm just bewildered, I guess. Blacking out. There you go. No, blacking out from lack of sleep? How are you not dead? He's got a scar from brain surgery and a cargo accident. He's barefoot, fatigued, dirty, blacking out from lack of sleep, allegedly. He definitely should have suffocated. I literally can't. I am completely exhausted. So I literally can't stab him now. I should just use the angle grinder. Like, this is me moving at normal speed. It's been 15 seconds. Okay, well. There you go. Anyway, he dead now. I guess I'm a murderer. I'll take his PDA. Examine dead body. He's suffocated. Well, at least I didn't kill him. Was a kid once called Edward Hancock. Wait, what? What do you mean by kid? Telling me this was a child? Giant beard for 28 years old kid once? Uh-huh. Definitely. Well, at least I didn't do it. Anyways, Okay, I've inspected that body. Just need to inspect this body. Wait, what? Where am I? Oh, it'd help if I unpaused. What's in this bin? Opens bin. Oh, look, a gun. That'd have been useful a minute ago. Oh, there's a door, like, right in front of it. I would be dead like 3 times if that were the case, though, Joko Knob. I think it was just the coercion thing that, like, completely broke me a little bit. How long ago was the last save? Like, right when I was leaving the station on the way here, so not that long ago. YouTube chat. It appears died due to foul play. Uh-huh. Not surprised. Uninstall this in cellar. It's just one atmosphere. It's not that horrible. Yeah. It's maybe one of the things that's, like, something I expected to be more simulated in this. Like, I kind of expected the first time I punched a hole in a wall, that, like, everything would get sucked out, but no. Which maybe I'm kind of happy about, actually. It's nice that I don't have to deal with it. Okay, how come I can't use the different visor overlays now? At least not the hockey. Maybe, did I turn caps lock on or something? No? Okay, weird. Okay, weird. I'm just going to go put this over here, and then we're going to go back. Can I investigate his murder? I examined the cause of death, and it said foul play, and he died of asphyxiation. There was no further play beyond that. Pick up. really wish that these didn't often cover each other by default. It's kind of annoying. We're in an ad break, so I'll just run at normal speed. Let him go back home. But it would change everything. Yeah, if like decompression like caused everything to, like all furniture and stuff to shift towards the hole. Ugh. Also, I haven't seen these at all today, so I'm just going to mention it. Chat, don't forget to use your investments if you care, because I'm pretty sure those are available. All right, we're just going to wait for 30 seconds with the game paused. All right, guys, it's been a minute. Hope you're doing all right. It's a toss-up if melee range is better. The suits aren't half bad at stopping micrometeorites, which makes them not half bad at bullet stopping. What is a bullet if not a micrometeorite? Certainly not a macrometeorite. Undock. And we are backing up now. I'm very happy that that hasn't fully made itself inaccessible. There we go. Let's turn that off. Time to accelerate. Had therapy today, and your silly jokes made the therapist laugh. Well, that's good. Oops. I should look which direction I'm moving. Just gonna lock again. That was a very strange interaction. I can say this pretty plainly. I don't like the melee combat very much. It's kind of nonsense. Like, it's not challenging. It's just kind of silly. I would like to see the ship-to-ship combat at some point in my lifetime, but not super big on whatever that was. It's just a little goofy. But good to hear that you're doing reasonably well. Also, chat, don't forget to invest your tickets if you care. So just a reminder, do mark your calendars. Next week at 2 p.m. Eastern time, which is like what, like 11 Pacific time? Kit Fox is doing a live stream that is going to include Zach and Tarn playing the original version of Dwarf Fortress on the Kit Fox Twitch channel, which I think I'm just going to restream. So that'll be on here because Dwarf Fortress turns 20. Like a Benny Hill sketch because he was afraid of you? Yeah, that's basically what happened. Well, I walked in, that guy was standing there, and he's like, I cheated death, and then, like, acted very afraid for a minute, which seemed a little odd. Like, just tried to dodge me, and I wasn't attacking him, which just kind of looked like he was trying to manifest spider mode. Or Doc Octopus, I guess. And that obviously wasn't very effective for him. So, not much of value happened. And then it took me a while to actually hit him with the knife, and then eventually I was able to destroy his suit, and then somehow I took control of him for a minute. Like, there's a lot of neat ideas in that combat. It's just the actual playability is kind of questionable. Okay. Coming into port. Just don't pass out, please. We should be fine. Wednesday, if I didn't mention it. Wednesday is the day that live stream's happening. I'll be yelling about it, so. There should be posts on social media about it now. I mean, it's been announced already, but it's like, that's a thing that's happening. Which is actually interesting, because I don't think I've ever seen Tarn play Dwarf Fortress. And like any version of it, for that matter. Match speed is active, so I have to turn that off. Come on. You know, I was talking about liking games with systems earlier. This is going to be a random sentence. You want to know what my favorite Far Cry game is? Far Cry 2. Because it's the one with the destructible environments, the guns that jam for seemingly no reason, and, like, the annoying pills that you have to take so that you don't die spontaneously. I'm just genuinely curious, because I don't actually know, if there will be any new announcements alongside of that stuff. Like, if I just walked in with a knife, like, if there will be anything that, like, gets brought up for the first time. I'm very curious about that, because I don't actually know. Ram C12 EVA. Oh, that is an EVA helmet. I'll just sell that. All right, let's go over to this. Do have 10% of my oxygen left. We're just going to go restore this. That's pretty shit quality. Yes, the malaria simulator. The best one. Oh my god. Why is my why is my proximity alarm going off? Why did my power just go out? I feel like I should be concerned. Well, I feel like something bad happening. Turns out that the sausage in the nose scenario is too trivial for the hospital. My gosh. What? Okay. And too complex for a clinic, so at no point the stuck nose piece obstructed my breathing or caused any irritation. At this point, I'm not sure even to trust myself. And there was there never a sausage stuck in there? Does my nose just feel weird forever now? That's kind of fucked up. Were you able to get it out, or do you still have a sausage in your nose? True Egon. I'm sorry for sounding like I'm laughing, but this is just so absurd. "72 hours have passed already?" Okay. You know those nose cleaner things that, like, there's ads on TV for every now and again that are really disturbing looking, but it's just like a thing that you stick in your nose and it goes and cleans out your nose? Do you think one of those would help? Because I feel like a clinic would be able to, like, fix that. You might just buy yourself an endoscope or like a plumbing snake, you know? Or like a long piece of wire. Maybe don't take my suggestions, okay? $5,000. Got it. Let's see how much they'll offer me up here. They don't want. Oh, sell it. I don't know what to do with those PDFs. I guess or PDAs. I need to figure out how to hack them, I suppose. Yeah, softwire. Don't hurt yourself. Very important. Can confirm. I'm gonna go up here. And wash myself. Do not snort the Drano, okay? I'm sorry, but this is such a silly, like almost Mr. Bean-esque injury, you know? Do not the Drano, okay? It's a bad idea. So I also like anything a good size elasticity. Well, at least you know that you can't do anything about it, so you don't hurt yourself. All right. Chat room. I have a bit of a headache. Things are a little quiet. I have somewhere I need to be in 30 minutes. Well, 40 minutes, actually. I normally end in about 15 on Thursdays, but I think we're going to just wind down for the day. Because I think now's probably a good time to call it, rather than starting another thing. I think this is a cool game. I think that combat is really, really dumb. But I think this game is really cool. I don't expect to play this save again. So I think what I'm going to do is say, hey, people over on the YouTube side, if you want to raid somebody with us and want to make my day, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, I will see you Tuesday, probably, with definitely some Dwarf Fortress, I absolutely swear. The next time that I stream, hopefully I will have some news out about my next big video, which I'm working on. Tomorrow is going to be an editing day. I'm going to do some editing for myself and for Kit Fox. Saturday is probably also going to be editing day, and Sunday I'm going to sleep. But thank you for hanging out for this quiet variety day. So, to the 112 of you still watching here on Twitch, I appreciate you greatly. Thank you for helping me be able to afford to do some variety once in a while. We'll be back to the normal shtick next week. Because you boys got to pay bills. This has been a fun diversion, though. Thanks for watching YouTube, folks. Alrighty, Twitch chat friends. You guys ready to go raid somebody? I understand that it's been lurky and probably a bunch of you have just tuned out because I said that the stream's ending. But for those of you still here, please hold on to your butts and grab your favorite emotes and post them in my chat so that we can have a bit of a raid here. Because I want to pretend that that we're a bigger group of people than we are, you know? But thanks for taking the time to tune in, Wrath of Seth. I mean, it leaves early access next week, so it should be fun. Or just find some ants and ask them to carry it out. Do not put ants up your nose. And also, Truigon, I genuinely hope you're able to sort this out. That fucking sucks, man. I'm gonna go grab the raid music. 12 seconds.